You are lying still in bed, eyes closed, and your mind moves quietly through the space around you like a hand, testing the air for shifts, checking that nothing has changed since last time you noticed. There's no need to name what it is you're looking for. No reason to invent why this vigilance lingers after the day has ended. It simply is here, present as part of your body's quiet way of being in the world right now. You are not expected to stop noticing. You are not asked to believe anything about safety or danger that isn't already within reach of your senses. The only rule is this: you may stay alert if you want, and no amount of calm will ever erase what you feel as true. There's no pressure to relax into something false. If there's a sound beyond the soft hum of the house, if the air shifts near your skin, if the weight on your shoulders feels heavier than it did before, those are real things, and they belong exactly where they are. This recording is only for a moment when you have already decided that this place and this time is safe enough to rest. If there's anything urgent requiring attention, if someone depends on you right now, or if you're responsible for watching over something that cannot wait, then please set this aside and tend to what must be done first. No sleep is worth a risk. No stillness worth a moment of neglect. This is not therapy. It is not care. It is not medical advice. It does not treat trauma, fix patterns, or resolve fears. If you've been struggling with persistent distress, overwhelming thoughts, physical symptoms that don't go away, or any kind of mental strain, those deserve the full attention of a trained person who can meet you in your reality. This is only relaxation and entertainment content meant to accompany stillness when it's already possible. You are allowed to move if you want. You may shift slightly, stretch one arm out slowly, turn onto your side without needing permission. There is no demand for perfection or surrender. The bed supports you exactly as it does in every other moment, without effort, without expectation. Your body lies on a surface that has held weight before and will do so again. It doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It simply holds. You can listen to the faint creak of floorboards below you, the way one joint settles after stillness. You may notice how your breath moves through your nose, how your chest rises and falls with no need to guide it. There's no right rhythm, no deeper breath required. The air in this room is just air, cool near your face, slightly warmer where it meets your skin. Your feet rest on the blanket, not cold, not hot, but simply present. You can feel the fabric against your heels and toes, how one thread lies across another in a pattern that doesn't mean anything except what you notice right now. There's no need to interpret texture or assign comfort. The bed carries your weight like it always does. Steady, quiet, without complaint. Outside, the night sounds are not messages. They are just sound. The wind brushing against glass, a distant car passing once and then fading into silence. No one is coming. No one has been here before that you know of. What matters right now isn't who might be near or what could happen. It's what is already happening in the space around your body. You don't need to hear everything. You are allowed not to listen to every detail. Your ears can settle into silence between sounds, and when they pick up something again, it doesn't have to mean anything. The moment you notice a new noise isn't an alarm. It's just awareness returning. Let the surface beneath you stay exactly as it is, firm where your back touches it, yielding slightly under your hips, smooth along your shoulders. It does not need to be changed or improved. You don't need to make it better for sleep to happen. The bed doesn't care how alert you are. It holds you through stillness and motion alike. Your hands rest at your sides. One may drift toward the edge of the blanket, fingers curling slightly into fabric. That movement is not a signal. It's just what happens when weight shifts without direction. You don't have to name it or fix it. Let the body do what it wants with its own shape, moment by moment. There's no need to scan every corner at once. The mind doesn't have to check in on all possible threats in one breath. You can let your attention move slowly through space, like a hand tracing edges of something familiar, only pausing where you notice pressure, warmth, or texture. When the focus drifts to sound, stay with it only as long as the ear needs, then return to touch. Your skin is not waiting for protection. It doesn't need a shield, a boundary, or an invisible wall. You are already in contact with your environment through air on your face, fabric against your arms, floor beneath your feet. Those things don't require belief. They just exist, and so do you. There's no rule that says this moment must be safe. There's nothing to prove, no test to pass. The only thing required is that you are here now, in this room, with your body resting on the bed and your breath moving without force. You can let go of needing certainty. You don't need to know whether someone else is watching or if a window remains closed. Those things aren't part of what's happening right now. They're outside the reach of your senses, and that means they're not part of this moment. Let the room stay as it is, with its walls, its ceiling, its corners. Let the light from outside spill through in quiet strips across the floor. You don't have to check whether anything has changed since last time you looked. The space hasn't moved. It's been holding still, just like your body. Your mind may wander into thoughts about what might come tomorrow. The meetings, the decisions, the conversations that haven't happened yet. That's okay. Let those thoughts pass through like clouds over a field. They don't need to be stopped or answered. You can let them drift by without picking one up and holding it close. There is no requirement to stop monitoring entirely. You are not expected to become unaware, but you may notice that some checks take longer than others. The pause between each scan grows slightly heavier, slower, less urgent. It's possible to stay aware while letting the effort of scanning soften. You don't need to protect yourself from anything in this space. There is no threat waiting behind a door or hidden beneath a blanket. What you feel now, the weight of your limbs, the texture of the sheet, the rhythm of air moving through your nose, is real and immediate. It's enough for this moment. Your body knows how to rest without needing permission. You don't have to prove that it can or should. The bed holds you, whether you're aware of it or not. That support doesn't depend on belief. It just is. You are allowed to notice the weight in your arms, how one hand rests against your side, while the other lies flat beneath the blanket. The fabric presses into your forearm without effort, and that pressure stays constant, not tight, not loose, just there. You don't have to adjust it or move it. It doesn't need to be different. The air near your face is still enough for you to feel warmth from breath as it leaves and returns. There's no rush to breathe in deeper. No reason to make the next inhalation longer or slower. The body takes what it needs, exactly when it needs it. You can let the silence between sounds stretch out, not because there's nothing, but because there's no need to fill it. You don't have to explain why a noise is gone or whether something will return. It simply isn't here right now, and that's enough. There's no demand for your attention to be on anything specific. The room doesn't require you to listen to the heater ticking every few minutes, nor does it expect you to notice how one corner of the ceiling leans slightly more than others. You can let your awareness rest in what is already present, the way the blanket lies over your legs, how your knee bends just enough to feel the curve beneath. The weight of your legs lies where it falls, not pressed into the mattress, but simply resting on it, like stones left in a quiet pool. No need to shift them, no demand to settle deeper. The blanket stays exactly where it is, covering you with a thickness that doesn't change from one breath to the next. It's not thin enough to be cold, nor thick enough to make heat build up. It just settles over your body like something ordinary and present, like the way dust collects on shelves without being noticed until someone moves it. You don't have to remember how many layers are under you or whether they'll shift later. The arrangement is stable as long as you remain still, and that's enough. Your foot rests against the edge of the mattress where your calf meets the heel, not tucked in tightly, but resting at its own angle. No pressure from any direction, just contact with what's already there. You can feel the difference between the softness of the blanket above your knee and the slightly firmer surface beneath it. A change in texture that doesn't need to be explained. It's simply part of where you are, like how one wall meets another at a corner without needing to speak about alignment or intention. The air near your ear stays still enough for you to hear the quiet shift when you turn just slightly inside the pillow. No sound comes from it, but there's a small space between breaths that feels different now. Not because of anything new, but because you're aware of its shape. The light outside has dimmed further. So, what once came through the window as sharp lines is now softened into patches. The edges blurred at first, then gone. The shadows have grown deeper in places where they weren't before, and that's okay. You don't need to look for their boundaries or track how far they've spread across the floor. They're not approaching you. They're just settling into corners like old habits, no different than dust gathering slowly on a surface never touched again. You can feel your jaw unclenching without making it happen. No effort required. The muscles in your face soften as if they've been waiting for permission that wasn't needed until now. Your lips stay slightly parted, not from breathlessness, but simply because there's no need to close them tightly. There's space between teeth and tongue where air moves freely, and you don't have to guide it or slow it down. The sound of the heater returns, a soft ticking every few moments, but this time it doesn't pull your attention forward. It comes in like a pulse beneath silence, not loud enough to require focus, just present enough to confirm that something is moving outside your body, and it's doing so without needing you to notice. You can let it be part of the quiet background, like how wind moves through trees, even when no one listens. Your hand lies still along your side, palm open against the fabric of the sheet. The edge where skin meets material is clear, a boundary that doesn't need protection or confirmation. It's just there, like the way your foot touches the floor at night without you meaning to feel it. There's no reason for that point of contact to be stronger or lighter. It simply exists. The room has cooled slightly since earlier, just enough so that when you exhale, a faint warmth drifts from your mouth and rises above your nose before vanishing into cooler air. It doesn't linger long. The heat disperses without effort, like breath on glass in winter, visible for an instant, then gone. You don't need to measure it or wonder if it will return. The corner of the ceiling where light once touched now holds only shadow, no outline, no distinction. But that's not because something is missing. It's simply how spaces behave when they're not observed. The wall stays where it was, and the angle between floor and baseboard remains unchanged. No adjustment needed, no reason to look again. You don't have to decide whether a sound came from outside or stayed inside, whether it was wind in the trees or something else passing by. It doesn't matter right now. What matters is that you're here, lying down, with your body supported and your breath moving on its own schedule. There's no need to interpret silence, nor answer it when it speaks. Your shoulders rest lower than they were before, not pushed down, not pulled up, just settling into the way gravity allows them to be. The fabric of the shirt you're wearing lies flat against your collarbone and across your chest, not tight enough to bind, not loose enough to shift. It's simply covering what it covers, like a layer that doesn't need to say anything. A faint vibration travels through the floor, too soft to name, too distant to follow. Maybe a car passing down the street, maybe something else entirely. But even if you heard it now and again later, it wouldn't change what's happening in this moment. You don't have to track its path or imagine where it came from. You can let your mind drift toward other thoughts about tasks undone, messages unread, but they don't need to land. They pass through like leaves carried by a current that doesn't care where they go. There's no demand to fix them now, nor any urgency about when you'll return. The time for decisions isn't here. There's a pause between breaths, longer than usual, but not uncomfortable. And in that space, there's nothing waiting. No signal, no need, no reason to react. It simply is. And because it is, the next breath comes without effort, like air returning after being held just long enough for awareness of its absence. The sheet beneath your hips holds you with a consistency that doesn't depend on belief. No thought required to keep it there. No intention needed to maintain contact. The surface stays firm where it meets skin, not softening under pressure, nor stiffening when unattended. It simply exists as part of the room's quiet presence. The silence between sounds has grown deeper, not because nothing is happening, but because you don't need to fill it with meaning. You can stay in that gap without needing to cross it or explain why it's there. You're allowed not to know what happens next, not to guess about doors, not to track footsteps, not to check the clock. The time between now and any future moment is simply unclaimed, like a space on a shelf where nothing sits yet but isn't empty either. The weight in your arms feels different from before. Not heavier, not lighter, but settled into its own rhythm. Each limb knows how much support it needs without needing to be reminded. There's no demand for balance or alignment. The body stays exactly as it is, supported by the bed, shaped by gravity, resting where it falls. There's a faint line of warmth along your forearm where sunlight touched you earlier in the day. And that sensation lingers not because you're holding onto it, but because your skin remembers what happened before this moment. It doesn't demand attention. It just is part of your body's quiet record. The air near your face stays still enough for small movements to be felt. The way a breath rises slightly at the edge of awareness, then settles back again. Not fast, not slow, just moving as it does when no one asks for anything different. You can let each thought drift like smoke from a candle that's burning low, rising up and fading without direction or purpose. There's no need to catch them or hold on. They don't require your permission to pass through. The space around you doesn't expect you to be asleep, nor does it demand wakefulness. It simply holds what is happening now, the weight of your body, the rhythm of breath, the quiet hum beneath silence, and that's enough for this moment. You're allowed not to understand why things are calm right now, not to explain how stillness has settled into your limbs, or why alertness has softened without effort. You don't have to make sense of it. It just is. The edge of the blanket lies against your ankle, pressing gently as if marking a boundary that doesn't need defending. Just present like any other line on the body, not significant in itself, but part of where you are. There's no reason to believe anything will change unless something actually does. Until then, there's only this: the way air moves through your nose, how fabric rests against skin, how silence fills corners without needing to be filled. Your shoulder rests against the pillow's edge, not sinking into it, not resisting, just meeting its shape, as if it had been waiting for that exact curve to form. The fabric of your shirt lies flat across your chest, a quiet surface where warmth gathers in places the sun reached earlier and now stays behind like a memory of light. There is no pressure to remember why or how long ago. It's enough that heat lingers at one point near your collarbone, the kind that doesn't burn, but just sits there. A small weight not unlike a coin left on skin by accident. You don't have to move it away. The body knows what it can carry without effort. The air in the room feels heavier than it did before. Not thick or hot, just more present. It fills corners with a kind of quiet pressure that doesn't push against you, but simply exists as part of the space around your face. You feel it when you exhale, not because it resists, but because there's less resistance elsewhere, less need to fight for breath, less urgency in how air flows through your nose and back out again. It moves like water over a stone that has already been worn smooth by time, without needing to be guided. There is a seam where the mattress meets the frame, a line of stillness, not quite solid, not quite gap, where sound from outside doesn't enter, but also doesn't need to. The edge holds its shape even when you shift slightly, and it stays unchanged no matter how much your body adjusts. You don't have to align with it or defend against it. It's just there, a boundary without function, like the line where two walls meet in an old house, silent, unclaimed, already known. The blanket on top of you isn't tucked tightly at the foot of the bed, and that's fine. The fabric drifts slightly over your feet, not covering completely, but still touching, enough to keep warmth near without holding too much. It shifts when you do, but only a little. Not like something trying to stay in place, just resting, as if it knows there's no reason to be firm about anything. A faint echo of movement comes from somewhere beyond the walls, the low hum of a refrigerator cycling on, Or perhaps just the house settling into itself after hours passed without change. It doesn't mean anything different than what it is. A sound that happens when systems run normally. No need to attach meaning to it. No reason to wonder if it's safe, if someone entered, if something failed. The noise passes like wind through a gap between boards in a floor. Just there, then gone. Your hand lies palm up on the sheet, fingers relaxed, but not limp. The skin is warm where it touches fabric. Not hot, not cold, just neutral enough to allow sensation without demand. Each fingertip feels its own weight, as if testing whether gravity still works here. It does. Nothing has changed in that regard. The silence between sounds isn't empty. It's full of quiet motion. Like dust, floating slowly through a beam of late afternoon light, not falling, but suspended, not needing to land anywhere. That same kind of stillness is now inside you. No need to fall asleep, no need to wake up, just being in the middle of where breath meets rest. There's a spot on your thigh, the one just below the knee, where the fabric rubs lightly as if it were trying to say something without words. Not enough pressure to register as irritation, more like a tension from cloth that knows how you are lying and chooses not to disturb. It doesn't ask for anything in return. You don't have to decide whether this is normal or unusual, whether alertness should be gone by now, or if calm is supposed to arrive sooner than it has. The space between thoughts grows wider, not because time stretches, but because there's nothing requiring movement through it. No signal calling you forward, no pull from the past. The light from outside is no longer visible. No sliver under the door, no glow on the ceiling. But that doesn't matter either. You don't need to see how dark it has become. The room holds itself in shadow without becoming threatening. Darkness isn't a condition to be feared. It's just what remains when no one turns the lamp on. Your legs are slightly apart, not by choice, not because of position, but simply because your body didn't ask for anything tighter or closer. There's space between them that feels natural, like the way leaves separate in a tree where wind once passed through and never returned. No need to close it, no reason to pull inward. The sound of water from somewhere far off, maybe pipes, maybe rain on roof tiles, drifts into awareness, not as alarm, but as background, like something already accepted by the walls. It doesn't interrupt or demand response, just stays present in its own rhythm, continuing without your input. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, nor because you're trying harder, but because there's no reason for speed anymore. The pause between inhalation and exhalation stretches naturally, not forced, not held back. It just happens. Like a moment in the middle of walking where your foot lifts but doesn't place down yet. There is a quiet ache behind one ear, the kind that comes from holding tension too long without knowing it's there. But you don't have to fix it. You don't even need to name it. The body carries what it can, and right now, it's not asking for more than what it already holds. The blanket near your hip has folded slightly, creating a small ridge that presses into the side of your waist. Not uncomfortable, just noticeable. And because it is, you allow it, letting the shape remain as it forms, without trying to smooth it out or shift position. You don't have to decide whether this level of stillness can last, whether comfort will stay when you stop noticing it. The moment isn't built on expectation. It's just allowed to be what it is. There is a slight vibration in your chest from the rhythm of breath, not loud, but steady enough that you feel it like a pulse beneath the skin. It doesn't mean anything beyond its own motion. No need to listen for signs within it. No reason to search inside for clues about safety or danger. A distant car passes just once, and the sound fades into the distance without lingering. Not because you're ignoring it, but because your attention doesn't have to move toward it. It stays where it is, in the space between breaths, in the way heat pulls near your shoulder blade, in the soft weight of fabric over your ribs. Your arms lie at your sides now, not stiff, not tense, just resting as they would if no one were watching. No posture to maintain, no effort required to stay that way. There's a grain in the wall just above eye level, a small unevenness where paint has chipped slightly and revealed wood beneath. You don't have to look at it. Don't need to see why or how long it's been there. Just noticing its presence is enough, like seeing something ordinary without needing to interpret it. The room doesn't care about your thoughts, nor does it judge them when they rise like smoke from a flame that has burned low. They don't have to be answered, don't need to be guided or corrected. You can let them drift off into the quiet corners of awareness, not because you're dismissing them, but because there's no reason for them to stay. Your foot twitches slightly, not enough to wake yourself, not a reflex, but just enough that it leaves a small mark on the sheet before returning stillness again. No need to explain why. No demand to control what happens next. The air near your face stays undisturbed, but you can feel its presence when you breathe in, cool and light, like something passing through without leaving residue behind. You don't have to protect yourself from anything now. Not even the idea of needing protection. The body isn't trying to guard against threats it hasn't yet seen. It's just resting as it does, shaped by gravity and time and silence. There is a moment where your eyelids feel heavier than before, not because you're tired or falling asleep, but because they've stopped fighting the weight. They stay closed, not out of effort, but simply from letting go, like leaves that have decided not to return to branches. Your breath moves through your chest like a slow tide that doesn't care where it came from or where it's going, just arriving, just leaving, just being. The weight of your shoulder against the pillow is not an accident. It's a meeting point between bone and fabric, steady and unclaimed by urgency. You don't have to test whether it will stay there. It doesn't need to be confirmed. It simply is, as all things that are allowed to exist in peace do. The floor beneath you hums faintly with a kind of quiet resonance only a building can make after hours, when its bones settle into stillness and no one is walking across the room. The sound isn't loud enough to register as noise. It's more like a memory of vibration, something felt through the soles of your feet, even though they don't touch the ground. You could open your eyes and see nothing different than before, but you don't have to. There's no point in checking. A faint draft brushes your ankle where the blanket has slipped just enough to expose skin. Not cold, not warm, just a momentary shift of air that moves across your body like a breath from something else entirely. You don't pull the cover back up. It doesn't matter if you're slightly cooler for a few seconds. The change is noticed and then left alone. The wall behind you holds no secrets, no hidden cracks, no sudden movement in shadows. Just light that pools unevenly where the ceiling meets the plaster, gray at one edge, soft white near the corner, and nothing about it demands your attention. You don't have to trace its shape or wonder why it's there. It doesn't require you to explain anything. You feel the pressure of your hand resting on top of your thigh, not tight, not gripping, but present enough that if someone asked, they'd say you were still holding something. Not a thought, not an intention. Just the fact of being in contact with yourself, even now when no one is watching or waiting for you to do anything. There's a soft indentation where your arm bends at the elbow, the place where skin folds over bone, and the weight shifts slightly down into the mattress. It isn't something that needs fixing. There's no need to adjust it, smooth it out, or pretend it wasn't there. The shape is allowed to stay exactly as it forms. The silence in this room doesn't stretch. There's nothing stretching about it. It just is, like a breath held between two moments. No one asked it to be quiet. It didn't have to earn its stillness, and because of that, you can let your mind sit within it without needing to fill the space. A distant hum moves through the walls, not machinery, not voices, just the steady presence of something running far away and long forgotten by anyone who listens. It's low enough that it doesn't pull at your awareness. You don't have to identify it or decide whether you should hear it. The sound is just there, like a note in an old song that no longer has words. The fabric over your chest isn't smooth because you want it to be. It's smooth because the air is still and gravity doesn't care about appearances. It rests where it lands, not trying to please anyone or look a certain way. You don't have to think about how you're lying on your side, whether you're aligned right, or if this position will cause pain later. The body knows what it needs without being asked. There's no schedule for rest here, no deadline for surrendering to sleep. Your mind can wander through the edges of awareness like a small animal that doesn't know where it is, but isn't afraid either. It doesn't need directions, just space to move slowly, quietly, without consequence. A soft creak comes from somewhere in the house, just once, and fades into nothingness before you can place its origin. You don't turn toward it. Don't wonder who might have made it or why. The sound exists and then stops. That's all there is to say about it. Your toes curl slightly, not enough to disturb anything, not a reaction, but just enough that the muscles in your foot shift their weight on the sheet. There's no need to name what caused it, no reason to look back at where you were before or predict where this might lead. The movement happens and then settles again into stillness. The air near your neck carries a faint warmth, not hot, not cold, just a trace of heat that rises from your body and lingers for a moment before dissolving into the room.
It doesn't stay. It doesn't want to be held, but it's noticed. And that's enough. You don't have to decide whether this is safe. You don't need to know if anything has changed since last week or yesterday afternoon. The only thing you're responsible for right now is what your body does next. And the only answer required is this: no movement, no thought, just being here with weight on the bed and breath in your chest. The edge of your blanket has slipped further down, revealing a sliver of leg, just enough to feel air on skin. You don't cover it. You don't pull it back up or think about how exposed you might look from outside. The room doesn't care what's visible. It just holds space for whatever happens. The fabric over your thigh has shifted slightly with the weight of your body, creating a small fold that presses gently into your skin. Not tight, not irritating, just one more detail in a list of things that are allowed to exist without needing correction. The shape is real. It's not imagined, and it stays. You don't have to check whether you're still aware. You don't need to confirm if your eyes remain closed or if the silence has changed. There's no test required. No moment where you must prove that you are present or not present. The house settles around you like a long-held breath. Nothing is rushing toward you. Nothing is waiting at the edge of perception with intent. The walls don't lean in. The floor doesn't shift under your weight. Time isn't moving faster or slower. It's just passing through, neither speeding nor slowing, carrying no message. You can feel your shoulder blade pressing slightly against the pillow, just enough to make a shape where it meets the fabric. Not uncomfortable, just something that exists without needing to be addressed. The body makes marks when it rests, and they stay until the next shift. No judgment in any of them. Your breath moves through you, not as effort, but as motion already underway. It doesn't need your permission to continue. It doesn't pause for approval. You don't have to guide it or shape it into something deeper or smoother. It just flows, like water over stone, like wind passing through dry grass.
with no intention behind it. The sound of the night outside is not a threat, not music, not noise that needs interpretation. It's simply what happens when cars pass on distant streets and trees rustle from air moving across leaves. There's no story attached to any part of it, only presence. You don't have to decide whether this moment will last. You don't need to hold on to it or fear losing it. The fact that you're noticing these things is enough. Just being aware, without needing to do anything with the awareness. Your fingers lie flat on your thigh, not curled, not tense, just resting where they are, like tools that have finished their work and now belong to stillness. No need for them to be doing anything. They don't owe you a performance. The air in front of your face is warm from breath that rises and then falls away. It doesn't linger. It doesn't carry any meaning beyond being breathed out. Just one more thing that passes through without leaving behind evidence. There's no reason to move, no demand for alertness or vigilance. You don't have to be ready for anything now, not even sleep. The only requirement is this: to remain where you are, not striving, not searching, just letting the weight of your body settle deeper into the mattress with each breath. The light from outside has faded completely. There's no trace of it in the room anymore. Not a glow at the windowsill, not a reflection on glass. It's gone like every other thing that didn't stay, and you don't have to worry about how long it was there or why it left. The air near your chest holds a quiet warmth that doesn't fade when you exhale. It simply stays, like a breath that has settled into place and decided to rest too. It's not holding on. It's just there, part of the stillness that gathers in layers between your ribs and the surface beneath you. You can feel how the mattress yields slightly under your spine, not giving way, but letting go enough that no pressure point becomes urgent. No one is asking for you to adjust. No signal from inside or outside demands attention. The edge of the blanket has curled over at your hip, a soft ripple against skin. It hasn't slipped further. It isn't about to fall off. There's no need to tug it back into place. No rule that says it must lie flat. The shape it makes now is permitted. You don't have to assess whether it looks neat or if someone would notice. It's just a fold, one more mark of where body and fabric meet. Like the crease at your knee where the sheet folds over, like the small dent left by your elbow on the pillow. A distant hum rises from somewhere beyond the walls, low and steady, not loud enough to be named. Not an engine,
not machinery, just a frequency that's always there when you're still. The kind of sound that doesn't interrupt, but simply exists between moments. It doesn't ask for your focus. You don't have to listen or tune it out. It moves through space like a shadow passing over ground, visible only because it changes nothing. Your hand lies where it is, palm up and open, not waiting for anything. The skin on the back of it feels slightly cool near the wrist, warm in the center, with no need to shift or rub. You don't have to decide if this temperature is normal. It's just how it is, just a part of being here now. The veins under your skin aren't tracing paths toward danger or urgency. They're just carrying blood where they've always carried it, not rushing, not holding back. The ceiling above you has no cracks that matter, no dust particles that must be tracked. It's simply the surface at the top of the room, the one that stays still while everything else settles into place around it. You don't need to verify its stability. The plaster doesn't tremble under your gaze, even when imagined. There's no test for how solid it is, only what you can notice without effort. A slow shift in weight moves through your hips as breath passes beneath your pelvis. It's not a conscious movement, not an adjustment, just the way gravity works on stillness, not pushing or pulling, but allowing things to rest where they are. Your thighs press into the mattress with no resistance from them.
The fabric doesn't shrink away. No one is checking whether you're covered properly. There's nothing in this moment that has been asked to perform. Not your eyes, not your breath, not even your awareness. You don't have to hold on to it or release it. It simply continues, like the silence between heartbeats, like a pause before another footstep lands. Outside, a car engine starts somewhere far off in the street. The sound reaches you as a vibration, not through air, but through floorboards and walls, traveling like a quiet pulse beneath your body. It doesn't announce anything, doesn't signal arrival or departure. It's just motion that crosses into space where stillness lives. The night feels like it has no direction now, no forward pull, no sense of time being spent toward a destination. There's no reason to hurry through this moment, because there's nowhere else you're supposed to be. The next thing isn't waiting for you. Nothing is demanding that you prepare or react. You don't have to guard against fatigue. You don't need to fight the quiet. Your body doesn't have to earn its right to rest. It's already here, just as it is, with all of its small movements and unremarkable textures. The soft press of your leg against the mattress edge, The way your fingers are slightly parted on your thigh, not clenched, but open in a way that says they've let go. The room doesn't need you to be calm or centered. It doesn't require any performance from you. You don't have to prove that this is real, that it's safe, that you're willing. The space around you simply holds what happens, whether sound, stillness, warmth, or the slow unfolding of breath. There's no story behind your heartbeat, not now. No need to interpret its rhythm as a sign of anything. It doesn't signal fear or relaxation. It just beats at its own pace, like something that has always been there and will continue without asking for approval.
Your shoulder feels heavier than it did minutes ago. Just slightly, but not in a way that asks you to move. The weight isn't pressing down with intent. It's simply the result of gravity doing what it does, letting things settle where they fall, without correction or adjustment. The wall beside your head is flat and still, not inviting, not cold, not warm, just existing as something that doesn't lean in, doesn't change shape. The paint holds its color not because you're watching, but simply because it's been there a long time. Like the dust on the shelf, or the small scratch near the baseboard.
You don't have to wonder whether these things will stay unchanged. You don't need to check if they've moved since last week. They aren't moving now, not in any way that matters to you. A faint creak comes from somewhere behind your back. Just one sound, like a floorboard shifting under weight, not yours. It's not followed by another. There's no chain of events, no threat implied, just noise that arrives and then dissolves into the quiet without consequence. The air in the room has cooled slightly near your feet, where it meets the blanket edge. Not cold enough to be noticed as discomfort, just different from the warmth at your chest. The difference isn't a problem. It's just another part of what you can feel without needing to act on it. There's no need to decide whether this feeling is pleasant or not. You don't have to rate it, describe it, or name it. It simply exists, like any other sensation in the body that doesn't demand anything except being present. Your breath slows, not because you've told it to, but because there's nothing urgent beneath your ribs. No rush to fill lungs with air. No need for deeper intake. The exchange happens quietly, like water moving through roots underground, unseen and unhurried. The folds in the sheet near your hip are still where they were when you last noticed them. They haven't grown tighter or loosened. They aren't spreading. There's no change that needs to be addressed. No signal saying, "This matters now." You don't have to keep track of how long it's been since you've moved. You don't need to remember whether you checked the door, turned off a light, or said anything aloud before lying down. The details aren't required here. The house doesn't expect perfection from your rest. It doesn't care if your feet are slightly twisted or if one arm is higher than the other. It simply holds space for whatever happens without measuring or judging. There's no goal to reach, no milestone to cross before you're allowed to stay still. You don't have to earn this moment by being calm or quiet or ready. The act of lying here, the weight on your bones, the way air moves through you, is enough. Your fingers rest where they are, not curled in effort or spread wide with intention. They've stopped searching for something to hold onto, not because they're tired, but because there's nothing left to find. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that aren't loud enough to be named. The faint rustle of fabric shifting against skin. The soft pressure of your spine meeting mattress. The way sound travels through walls without leaving a trace. Nothing has changed since you began this quiet stillness. But it doesn't matter whether anything is different now or not. You're allowed to stay in whatever state you are, even if it's just noticing that nothing needs to change. There's no reason for your eyes to open. No need to look at the clock, check a shadow, see if something has shifted. The darkness around them isn't hiding anything. It's just being what it is. Not light, not threat, just absence of light. You are here now, not because you've decided what comes next, but simply because your body has chosen to stay still, like a stone resting in water that doesn't know whether it will sink or float. The weight of your limbs isn't an effort. It's just their natural position on the surface beneath them. You don't have to confirm they are where you left them. They've always been there, like roots beneath soil that don't need to prove they're alive by pushing up through dark earth. One side of your shoulder presses into the mattress with a gentle consistency. No sudden shift, no pressure spike, just contact so steady it's nearly forgotten until noticed. The fabric over you is worn in places where folds have settled for years, not because someone cared about wear patterns, but because they've simply been there, quietly accepting every night's descent. There's no need to trace the outline of your elbow as it meets the edge of the blanket. It doesn't require correction, attention, or adjustment. It stays where it is, like a corner that wasn't meant to be perfect. The air near your neck carries a soft current.
Nothing strong enough to stir hair. Nothing cold enough to make you pull up the sheet. Just movement without consequence. You don't need to name its direction or ask whether it's coming from a vent, an open window, or some unseen draft. It arrives and flows through you without asking anything in return. You are not being asked to decide if this moment is safe or unsound, only to notice that there is no demand for a decision here. The silence isn't broken by the sound of footsteps, voices, alarms, or clocks ticking louder than usual. There's just breath and stillness, a quiet so complete it feels like space rather than absence. It doesn't whisper what you should do next. It doesn't suggest that now is the time to worry, remember, plan, or fix. It simply holds open a place where nothing needs to happen. The corners of your vision are not scanning for movement. They aren't tracking shadows from outside the room or waiting for light to flicker on the wall. Your eyes remain closed, not because you've been told they should be, but because there's no reason to open them. No signal that demands visibility. The darkness is not a barrier. It's just what happens when no source of illumination reaches this place. There's a slow shift in sensation at your lower back. Not enough to prompt movement, not sharp enough to register as discomfort. It's the kind of change you'd only notice if you were actively searching for it. But you're not searching. You don't need to monitor what's happening beneath skin and bone. The small adjustment is just a part of how bodies settle after hours of upright tension. The way a tree branch settles into place after wind has passed. The sheet near your hips isn't tugged or pulled by any force that needs attention. It lies flat, not because it was smoothed perfectly at bedtime, but because gravity has simply let go of the need to rearrange anything. The texture between fingers is still present, faintly rough where fabric meets skin. Not enough to irritate, just enough to remind you that contact exists without needing explanation. You don't have to wonder if this quiet will last or whether it might vanish at any second. You don't have to prepare for change, fear its arrival, or brace against the possibility of disruption. The moment is allowed to be as fragile or enduring as it naturally wants to be, without you having to intervene. There's no requirement to hold it together, preserve it, or protect yourself from what might come. The air temperature near your feet has dropped slightly since earlier, not sharply enough to wake a sleeper, but enough that you could feel the difference if you chose to focus there. You don't have to decide whether to cover up more.
The shift isn't urgent. It's just part of how heat moves through room and body over time. Slow, uneven, without urgency. Your left hand lies palm up on top of the blanket, not because it was placed that way with intention, but because no pressure or instinct has moved it in hours. There's no need to straighten fingers or reposition them into a shape that feels more correct. The curve of your index finger stays where gravity left it, slightly bent toward the ceiling as though reaching for nothing at all. The quiet outside doesn't carry voices, car engines, or sudden interruptions. It carries only what arrives without invitation, the distant hum of a refrigerator cycling on, the soft groan of pipes adjusting to temperature change, the occasional creak from one corner of the house that lasts just long enough to be noticed, then fades into nothingness. There's no need to compare this moment with any other, no requirement to measure how much rest you've had, whether your mind is quieter than yesterday, or if you're closer to sleep now. You are simply allowed to be present in a way that doesn't require performance. Your body isn't trying to prove it's ready. It's just resting. You don't have to listen for patterns in the silence. The absence of sound isn't empty. It's full with subtle presence. The faint shift in air pressure, the slow settling of dust particles on surfaces, the way fabric absorbs and releases warmth differently across your back and shoulders. Your breath continues without effort, no longer fast or shallow, not laboring to fill lungs that don't require more oxygen than what flows through veins and cells. It's a rhythm you can feel in your ribs, not because you're watching it, but because there's nothing else present to observe. The movement isn't forced into being. It simply happens. The wall beside you doesn't need to be checked for cracks or signs of damage. You don't have to measure how far the plaster has shifted since last spring. It remains as it is, fixed in place, unchanged by what's happening inside this room. Its surface stays still, even when the house breathes around it. You don't need to remember if you left a light on or unplugged something. The details aren't needed here. The house doesn't require memory from you. It holds its own weight without relying on your attention to maintain balance. There's no reason for tension to rise in your jaw, shoulders, or hands. No pressure to tighten
because something is not yet resolved. There are no unfinished thoughts demanding release, no unspoken words needing delivery. The quiet isn't filled with what might be said. It's just the absence of noise where there was none before. The space between your ribs continues to expand and contract, not as a task, but as an event that happens on its own, like waves forming without anyone directing them. Your lungs don't have to work harder because time has passed. They do not need more air than what arrives naturally from the room's atmosphere. There is no demand for you to let go of anything, no command to release tension, surrender control, or abandon vigilance. You aren't required to stop watching in order to rest. But it becomes easier now, not because something has changed externally, but because there's less need to watch at all. You don't have to keep track of how long you've been lying here. The clock doesn't matter. Whether 1 hour or 4 has passed isn't relevant to what your body is doing right now. The simple act of staying still, breathing softly, being held by the bed and air around you. The fabric over your chest settles where it lands, not pressed down with force, not pulled into position, just resting in its own shape. The small creases near your collarbone are unchanged from when you first lay down. No new wrinkle formed, no old one smoothed away. They stay exactly as they were because nothing has required them to shift. There is no need to compare this stillness with any other state of being. You don't have to judge whether it's deep enough or quiet enough. It doesn't have to be more than what it already is. A place where your body can sink into the surface beneath without resistance. The air near your forehead has cooled slightly, not from a draft, but because heat rises and leaves behind only stillness. You don't need to pull up the blanket. There's no discomfort that requires correction. The coolness isn't cold, it's just different from the warmth at your chest. It doesn't demand attention. The weight on your shoulders is not a burden. It's just the way gravity works when you're lying down, pressing lightly into the mattress like something that belongs there. Your arms rest where they fall, palms open, fingers slightly curled, not because you chose them in this position, but because the bed supports their shape without demanding correction. The space between your elbows and ribs stays as it is. No tightening, no seeking to tighten, no need to adjust for comfort that isn't required.
There's room enough here not just for stillness, but for small shifts of body that happen on their own, like when a shoulder settles an inch lower because the muscles beneath have stopped fighting against rest. The air near your nose carries no scent beyond what's already in the room. Dust and warmth from fabric, the faintest trace of linen washed in plain water. It doesn't announce anything new, doesn't carry warning or invitation. You don't need to identify it. No label needed for a smell that is just present. The same air flows into your lungs without needing permission. There's no signal sent out saying this moment requires you to notice. Instead, the breath continues as if it had always been part of this place.
Your feet are not tucked under anything. They're simply where they landed when you turned onto your back. The soles press flat against the sheet, each one holding its own shape without effort. One foot is slightly higher than the other, not because it wants to be, but because that's how the curve of the bed rests beneath it. No correction is needed. You aren't required to shift or realign. There's no rule that says your legs must stay perfectly still. They don't have to behave a certain way for you to remain safe. The faint creaking in the ceiling above isn't new. It's been there since before you closed your eyes, just as steady and quiet as it was an hour ago. It doesn't mean anything about whether someone is walking upstairs or if a beam has moved. The sound stays exactly where it is, neither growing louder nor fading away, simply occurring like the slow shift of shadows when daylight changes. You don't need to interpret it. There's no pattern to memorize, no meaning to extract. Your spine doesn't have to be straight to be supported. It isn't being held upright by willpower or effort. It's just lying where gravity places it, aligned with the surface beneath. The curve of your lower back finds its own place without you guiding it. No correction is needed, and there's no failure if that shape changes slightly over time. There's only the gentle resistance of fabric against skin, the slow give of padding under pressure. Nothing demands to be fixed. The soft glow from the hallway, just a faint strip beneath the door, isn't meant to show you where you are. It doesn't say you're okay or everything is fine. It's just light that spills in without asking for anything in return. You don't have to follow it, remember its color, or decide if it means safety. It stays there as a detail of the room, visible because it exists, not because you need to pay attention. Your fingers aren't trying to grip anything. They remain open, relaxed, resting on top of your chest. The skin between them isn't tense. It's just breathing in time with everything else. No muscle needs to be summoned to keep them still. There's no command to let go of tension,
because the body is already doing it without effort.
The wall across from you holds its surface as it always has. No movement, no tremor, no sign that anything about it has changed since last week. You don't need to remember what color paint was used or how long the wallpaper has lasted. The shape of the room stays steady in your awareness, not because you're watching it, but because it doesn't require your attention to remain as it is. The silence now isn't just absence, it's a texture. It's something that surrounds you without pressure, like being inside a space where time slows down slightly, not from any action of yours, but because the world outside hasn't asked anything of this room.
There's no sound pushing in, nothing demanding to be heard. The fabric on your back has cooled further, not from cold air, but because heat radiates upward and leaves behind only stillness. The layer near your spine feels denser now, not heavier, just more settled into the shape it makes when pressed against a firm surface. It doesn't need to change. No adjustment is expected. Your breath moves in its own rhythm, not fast, not slow, but continuous, not measured or monitored, simply present, like a small current that flows without direction. The air enters and exits through your nose and mouth as if it had always known how. There's no need to control the depth or pace, because there's nothing else happening in this moment. The corner of the blanket near your hip has slipped slightly. It didn't fall off. It just shifted a fraction during one of those small movements that happen when you're not paying attention. It doesn't matter. The fabric isn't torn. There's no risk to lying where it is. You don't need to pull it back or tuck it in. The soft hum from the refrigerator downstairs hasn't changed its tone since you lay down. It remains a steady background presence, like an old song that plays without interruption. No alarm rings inside your chest. No signal tells you something has shifted. Your mind isn't searching for answers. It's just being here, with no demand to understand anything about where it came from or what it might do next. There's no reason to wonder if this stillness is real or temporary. It simply is, without needing validation. The weight of your arms on the bed doesn't feel like pressure. It feels more like presence, like a quiet acknowledgement that you are here, in this place, supported by something that does not ask for anything in return. The air near your temples has cooled again, not because it's colder in the room, but because heat rises and leaves behind only stillness. The skin there doesn't tense or pull inward. It just stays as it is, no longer seeking to regulate temperature through awareness. Your hands are not clenched. They're not pressing into anything. There's nothing they need to hold on to, nothing they must release. They stay where they fall, open, relaxed, resting like objects that have already found their place in the world. There's no obligation to decide whether this moment is safe or unsafe. The room doesn't require you to judge it. It just continues its quiet existence, unchanged by your thoughts about it. The light under the door stays steady, not growing brighter or dimming. Its edge isn't spreading across the floor. It remains where it has always been, just a faint line of warmth that tells no story. Your breath doesn't need to be deeper to count as resting. It's not failing because it's shallow. It's not succeeding because it's slow. It simply moves like air moving through trees when there is no wind. There's no requirement for you to feel anything. No need to relax more, sleep faster, or stop thinking. The body doesn't have to prove itself worthy of rest by becoming perfectly still. The mattress beneath your hips holds its shape without needing reinforcement. It isn't collapsing. It isn't shifting under weight. It simply supports what is already there. Your legs don't feel the need to move. They aren't restless. There's no urge to stretch or shift. The muscles stay relaxed, not because you told them to be, but because they've stopped fighting against stillness. The small space between your shoulder blades remains as it was, unchanged by time or awareness. No tension forms there, and none is needed. Your ears don't have to strain for sound. They're not missing anything. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of things that are just happening without needing attention. There's no reason to check the door again. It doesn't require your gaze to remain closed. You don't need to verify its position every few minutes. The house settles slowly, not with a crash or a groan, but with the quiet settling of materials after day-long stress. The wood shifts slightly in its frame. The floorboards release tension they've held for hours. Nothing breaks. No noise rises above normal. Your spine rests against the edge of what the bed allows. No deeper curve needed. No adjustment to fit into a shape that wasn't meant for you. The alignment isn't perfect because perfection isn't required. Your body has settled where gravity naturally leads it. Not because you decided it was right, but because your weight found its place in quiet acknowledgement. The slight give beneath your hip bones isn't a flaw in support. It's the normal response of material shaped by time and use. It doesn't sag because it has failed. It yields because it is still holding. The coolness on the back of your neck persists, not as discomfort, but as an anchor to what you can feel right now. The way air moves across skin without needing permission to be there. You don't have to decide whether this sensation means anything. It's simply present. A thin layer of ambient temperature that touches your body like light does after sunset. Faint, reliable, not demanding notice. The collar of your shirt doesn't press tighter than it did 5 minutes ago. There's no tightening in the fabric as you breathe. It stays where it fell, not clinging or slipping, but simply existing beside your skin. No thread pulls at your shoulder. Nothing shifts with each breath. A low tone hums from somewhere beyond walls. No source named, no purpose assigned. It's one of those sounds that exists without needing to be heard. You don't need to locate it. You don't have to understand whether it belongs in the house or outside. Its presence is neutral, a quiet note held steady through hours, not rising, not fading. The way it lingers isn't a sign that something changed. It's just how sound behaves when there are no sudden movements nearby. A car passes far away, and for one moment, the hum seems to soften, as if shifting its weight slightly in response.
but then returns unchanged. No ripple follows. No alert comes with the passing. Your fingers remain where they are, half open at the edge of your palm, not curled into readiness or clenched against an unseen threat. They're not waiting for something. They don't need to be ready. The tips aren't cold, but neither are they warm enough to signal awareness. There's no urge to press them together or rub one over another. They stay as they fell, just objects that have arrived and found stillness without being asked to do so. The floor beneath the bed is solid, not in a way that demands your attention, but as something you can trust, because it doesn't move when nothing else does. You don't need to feel its surface through the mattress. The fact that it's there doesn't depend on whether you notice it. It continues with no variation, no shift under weight, no creaking from a joint in wood or metal. Nothing trembles when the refrigerator cycles. The house holds itself as it has for years, not out of strength, but because all things settle eventually. Your breath slows not by force, but by its own rhythm. It doesn't need to be deeper or slower than what is natural. There's no reason to judge how much air fills your lungs. Only the quiet exchange between inside and outside. The chest doesn't rise too high or fall too low. It just moves as it does when nothing else needs doing. A slight pause follows each exhale, not because you're waiting, but because there's room for silence before the next breath arrives. Your legs don't feel heavier than they are. They aren't dragging. There's no sense of weight pulling toward the foot of the bed. The way your knees rest against the edge of the mattress is not a position to be maintained. It simply is. The muscles beneath skin hold their tone without effort, like wires that have long forgotten tension. No signal asks them to tighten or relax. They stay in place as if no decision had ever been made. The space behind your ribs stays open, not stretched wide, but unhurried. There's no tightness gathering near the center of you. The soft cartilage beneath doesn't press upward. It doesn't need to be adjusted. It simply allows air to pass through without resistance. No part of your torso has to prove it's capable of stillness. A faint shift in sound comes from across the room. Not a door opening, not footsteps, but something like fabric brushing against furniture. The movement isn't sharp or sudden. It's soft, as if a blanket had slipped slightly off an armrest and settled into its place again without disturbance.
There's no need to identify what caused it. No need to check whether anything else followed. The sound doesn't demand interpretation. It exists like any other quiet moment, passing through the space without leaving proof. Your eyes stay closed, not because you've made a choice to keep them shut, but because they don't feel the need to open. They aren't resisting light or shadows. There's no reason to wonder what lies beyond them. The dark isn't threatening. It's just where your awareness is now. You're not afraid of it. It doesn't hide anything that matters. The edge of your blanket stays tucked under the mattress on one side, not perfectly aligned, but stable enough. No wind or draft pulls it loose. It remains as it was when you last adjusted it. No need to tuck again. The fabric over your legs isn't bunched up in a way that makes discomfort. There's no tightness across your thighs. Nothing presses too hard. The weight of the cloth is gentle, not clinging or heavy. A small sound rises from somewhere outside, the low thrum of distant traffic on an unseen road. It doesn't grow louder or fade completely. It exists at a consistent level, like air itself, moving through spaces beyond reach. You don't need to hear every vehicle that passes. You don't have to know where they're going. The noise isn't intruding. It's just part of the ongoing hum of things happening far enough away not to disturb. Your hands rest in the space between stillness and movement, not quite doing anything, but not waiting for something either. They are open, as if no action were required. No task waits at their fingertips. The fingers don't curl inward because they aren't afraid. They stay relaxed not by effort, but simply because there's nothing to hold on to. The air near your jawline is still not dry, not warm, just present. It doesn't feel like a signal that something has changed. It isn't the start of tension or alertness. It stays neutral, like temperature in a room where no one is monitoring it. Your shoulders don't rise higher than they need to. There's no effort behind their position. They're not raised toward your ears, nor pressed into the mattress with force. They just rest as if gravity had settled them there long ago. The soft muscle between neck and shoulder doesn't tighten when you breathe in. It stays where it is, no longer carrying weight from a day that's already passed. There's no need to decide whether this moment is safe or unsafe. That decision isn't needed here. You don't have to verify anything about the room, your body, or what might happen next. The stillness doesn't depend on knowing. It simply continues because it can. The fabric at your waist lies flat, not tight, not loose, just where it fell when you turned onto your side. There's no need to adjust. No part of your clothing feels out of place. Nothing pulls against skin in a way that demands attention. A faint draft flows across the floor. Just enough air movement to shift dust particles near the baseboard, but not strong enough to disturb anything else. It passes through without leaving trace or demand. You don't have to feel it. You don't have to follow its path. The room doesn't change because you're here. The walls aren't aware of your presence. They don't shift in response. They hold their shape as they always have, unchanged, uninvolved, not needing anything from you. They remain steady not because you trust them, but simply because that's how things are. Your mind doesn't need to be clear or empty. It isn't failing because thoughts drift through it. There's no reason to chase them away or hold on to any one of them. The thoughts don't need a name. They aren't dangerous. They're just passing, like clouds drifting across the sky, moving without direction. The floor beneath you is cool, where it meets the edge of the mattress, not cold enough to draw attention, just a subtle difference from the warmth under your back. It doesn't signal anything. No chill spreads upward through bone or muscle. The temperature stays steady, as if it had no memory of change. Your feet rest near the foot of the bed with no pressure behind them. No need to shift or tuck in. They are simply where they landed when you turned, not searching for comfort, not adjusting. One heel presses slightly into the fabric at the edge, not enough to leave a dent, just contact without demand. The seam along your sock's inner side lies flat against skin, not irritating, not tight, just there as part of what belongs. A pause settles in between breaths that isn't waiting for anything. It's not an absence, but a space where nothing is needed. Your ribs release slowly, like air returning to the quiet after movement has ceased. The chest doesn't rise because it must. It rises because it can. There's no effort behind letting go. No part of you holds on by habit or expectation. Even the breath that comes next isn't shaped for anything. It arrives as if from a place beyond decision. The wall across from you stays still, not watching, not reacting. Its surface is unbroken.
No cracks, no marks, no signs of strain from time or touch. The paint has faded evenly over years, not in patches, but uniformly, like skin that's grown accustomed to its own tone. A shadow lies just below the baseboard where light doesn't quite reach, not deep enough to suggest movement, not dark enough to feel threatening.
It sits there as if forgotten. You don't have to name it or consider what might be casting it. The weight of your arm resting on the mattress is distributed evenly across its length. No part sinks deeper than another. The joint at your elbow doesn't press into the surface with pressure that asks for repair, nor does it float away from contact. It stays where gravity has placed it, not too low, not too high, just present as something that can be left alone. The blanket over your legs shifts slightly, not because of wind or motion, but because the fabric itself moves in slow time, like cloth settling into its own rhythm. It doesn't tug or pull at you. No seam catches or slips. The material stays where it is, not resisting change, not seeking to stay fixed, just existing as something that has no need to prove anything. A soft hum returns, not the traffic from before, but another kind of vibration, deeper and slower, coming from somewhere in the wall behind your head. It's not loud enough to be heard as a tone, just felt as pressure against bone. Not strong, not intrusive, just present like a heartbeat in stone. You don't need to locate its source or decide what it means. The hum doesn't ask for attention. It stays at a level where noticing is optional. Your fingers remain open, not curled from worry or clenched from effort, but simply resting as they are, with no purpose beyond being there. The space between them isn't empty. It's filled with air that moves freely in and out of the room without needing permission. No one has to check whether anything is wrong with that flow.
The sheet beneath you stays smooth, not because you've smoothed it, not because you remember how, but because it hasn't been disturbed since last time you moved. It doesn't crumple at the edges or bunch in folds that demand correction. The fabric lies flat over your hips and waist, not clinging, not shifting, just covering without obligation. A faint creak comes from somewhere distant, a sound like a floorboard settling under no weight, just old wood breathing after stillness.
It doesn't carry urgency. There's no pause afterward that makes you wonder what follows. The silence after, it returns to normal, not stretched thin or heavy with expectation, but simply resuming as if nothing had happened. Your shoulder blades rest against the mattress without tension. No effort behind their position. No need to push them down or pull them back. They don't rise because of stress or fall because of fatigue. They stay where they are, not by will, but by weight and space. The muscles around them remain quiet, not relaxed in a forced way, but simply at rest, as if the day had already finished with them. The air near your ear doesn't shift suddenly. No breath from another person. No change in flow or pressure. It stays still for long enough that you can sense its presence, not by movement, but by absence of disturbance. There's no signal hidden inside it, no message waiting to be read, just space holding itself. The room feels full without being crowded, not loud, not silent, just containing all the ordinary things. A chair in the corner with nothing on it, curtains that don't flutter, a lamp turned off, but still standing where it was placed. All of them remain unchanged. None have moved or altered their position since you last noticed. You don't need to confirm anything about the door, the windows, the locks, the sounds outside. The space around you holds its shape without requiring your attention. It doesn't shrink when you're not watching. It doesn't grow larger because something might happen. It stays as it is. Neutral, unresponsive, indifferent, in a way that's not cold, but simply real. The blanket edge near your hip presses gently against skin, not tight enough to register as pressure, not loose enough to feel like absence. The fabric rests there with no need for you to adjust or respond. There's no reason to tuck it again or check whether it's covering the right place. It stays where it is, doing what cloth does when left alone. Your back feels the mattress beneath it, not as a surface that must be perfect, not as something that could fail, but simply as contact without demand. The bed carries your weight, not because you've given it permission, but because that's how beds are built to behave. It doesn't ask for anything in return. You don't have to prove yourself by staying still. The light from the hallway has dimmed completely now. not through effort or intention, just because the room is deeper into night. There's no need to see what's not near, no reason to reach toward a glow that isn't needed. The darkness doesn't press in, it simply spreads like air, filling space without claiming it. A sound passes, a distant hum from a refrigerator cycling on somewhere far off, just long enough to register as change, then fades again into the background of things already happening. It doesn't interrupt anything. No alarm rises with it. There's no shift in attention because of it. The room stays steady, not by force, but simply by being. Your hands stay open, not waiting for something to happen, not holding back from action. They don't close around nothing or reach toward imagined needs. They remain where they are, resting on the air between stillness and movement, neither active nor passive, just existing as part of what is allowed. The fabric over your legs doesn't feel like a barrier.
It isn't separating you from anything. It's not protecting you, covering you, holding you in. It simply covers, like any other layer that has no purpose beyond being there.
You don't need to remember how you got here. You don't have to trace your steps backward. There's no reason to retrace the day or verify any moment of it. The bed is where you are, and that's enough. The breath flows through your body not as a task, but as something that happens when nothing else demands attention. It doesn't need to be deep or controlled, just continuous, like water moving beneath stone. Your shoulders don't rise because there's no one watching. They don't fall because there's no weight pressing down on them. They stay where they are, not by choice, but because gravity has placed them there and left it at that. Your fingers rest just beyond the edge of movement, not pressing into anything, not resisting anything, just resting where they've come to lie. The air near your wrist doesn't shift because you're watching it. It stays still in its place, neither thick nor thin, just present as part of what's already there. Your forearm rests on a surface that holds weight without complaint, and the cloth over it isn't trying to do anything. It simply lies across the bones, not covering them, not hiding them, but being where they are. The seam at your shoulder doesn't pull or strain. It stays in its shape, stitched into stillness like every other line of fabric that's been worn through sleep and time. A long moment passes without interruption, not because nothing happened, but because everything stayed as it was. There's no need to measure how long it lasted. The wall behind your head doesn't lean forward or pull back. It holds its position with no effort, like a stone in the earth that has never been moved. No sound announces itself now, except what is already part of the room. The soft creak of wood settling somewhere beyond reach. Not loud enough to mark time, just long enough to be noticed before it fades into silence again. The blanket near your foot shifts slightly, not by your movement, not because you stirred, but because a small current of air drifted in from under the door. It's not cold, nor is it warm. It doesn't linger or leave behind a trace. It moves through space and disappears like breath passing over glass. The edge of the sheet lifts for just an instant before falling back into place, no longer needing to be held down. There's no reason to catch it or tuck it again. The fabric knows how to stay where it belongs. Your hip rests against the mattress with a kind of quiet certainty, not because you're in control of it, not because you've made sure everything is perfect, but because that's how pressure settles when there's nothing pushing back. It doesn't feel like failure if it shifts slightly. It doesn't signal danger if something moves out from under you. The weight stays where it is, and the surface holds it without resistance.
The hum of distant electricity continues at a steady level, not rising or falling, just existing, like the quiet in a library after everyone has left. You don't need to listen for changes in it. It's not hiding anything. There's no rhythm beneath it that needs decoding. The sound is simply part of how things work when they're running without interruption.
The corner of your blanket presses against your ankle with soft insistence. Not tight, not loose, just there. Like a quiet reminder that something physical has touched you. It doesn't demand attention. It doesn't want to be rearranged or examined. It remains in contact. The way light stays on a surface after someone turns off the lamp. A new sound arrives, slow and low. A single click from somewhere deep within the walls. Not a door closing, not a latch falling, just a tiny shift in structure, like metal contracting after heat has passed through it. The room doesn't respond to it. Your breath doesn't catch. It doesn't pull your focus toward any corner or edge. You don't need to place its source. There's no rule that says you must know where all sounds come from. Some things happen without explanation, and some moments pass without needing meaning. The air near your ribs moves gently as the body breathes. No effort behind it, no intention, just continuity, like water flowing beneath a stone. It doesn't pause to check whether anything is wrong. It doesn't slow because you're listening. The rhythm stays even, not by force or focus, but because that's how breathing works when nothing else asks for control. Your legs feel long and heavy in the way they do after sitting still too long, without strain, without tension, just a natural settling of weight into place. There's no need to stretch them now, no urge to shift or adjust. They don't want anything from you. They're not waiting for permission to be at rest. The edge of your pillow doesn't dig in. It isn't too high or too flat. It is exactly as it has always been.
shaped by the shape of your head and nothing else.
The slight indent where your neck rests shows no sign of change. It's not deeper than before. It hasn't closed over time. It's just there, the imprint of presence without performance. A silence grows, not because you're making space for it, but because nothing is competing with it. No voice rises above the others. No footstep echoes in the hall. The quiet doesn't feel empty. It feels like a space that was always meant to hold stillness, not one that needs filling. You don't need to watch your hands anymore. They're not doing anything wrong. They aren't out of place. There's no reason to check their position or rearrange them. They stay where they are, open, relaxed, unburdened by purpose. The light from outside has been gone for a long time now. Not because it was turned off, but because the world beyond your window has moved on without needing you to see it. The sky hasn't changed shape or color. It just stays dark, with no need for observation. There's no reason to wonder what clouds might be passing overhead. Your foot rests slightly higher than the other, just enough that the angle feels natural, not awkward. No force is required to keep it there. No effort needed to maintain balance. The body knows how to settle into small differences without needing correction. The fabric over your chest doesn't press down. It's not clinging or heavy. It lies across you like a second skin that has stopped trying to be anything more than what it is. A layer of cloth, warm from the night and quiet in its presence. A faint vibration runs through the floor, not loud enough to wake, not sharp enough to register as threat, just a low thrum from something far below, deep beneath where you lie. It doesn't shake your bones or make your breath catch. It passes through the room like a pulse that has no name and asks for nothing in return. The wall beside your ear holds its surface with steady quiet, not cracking at corners, not peeling near switches, just staying as it always did, unchanged by time, untouched by hands, unmarked by memory. Your shoulders remain where they are, not because you've told them to stay, but because gravity has already decided their place. They don't have to prove themselves by relaxing or holding still. They're not performing for anyone. The air around them doesn't rush in to fill gaps or push out pressure. The edge of the blanket near your thigh stays folded just so, not too much tucked under, not too loose, just enough that it won't slip off if you turn slightly. It
isn't waiting for you to fix it. It knows how to behave on its own. A breath moves through you without needing to be noticed. The air enters and leaves the same way it always has, without ceremony, without pause, just part of what happens when there's no demand on your attention. The room doesn't lean in or pull away. It remains where it is. The space around you not shrinking or expanding, but simply being present as a container for stillness.
You don't need to look back at anything that happened earlier. There's no reason to retrace steps or verify whether the door was closed. The silence isn't proof of safety. It's just part of how things are when nothing interrupts them. The weight on your back stays steady, not because you're holding it down, but because the bed is built for this. It doesn't require gratitude, loyalty, or effort to carry you. It simply does what beds do. Hold what lies upon them without question. Your hands stay open, not in readiness, not in waiting, just as they are. The space between your fingers isn't empty. It's full of air that has nowhere else to go and nothing to prove. The texture of the sheet beneath your hip is smooth where it meets skin. No rough patch, no snagged thread, just a surface that doesn't resist or demand care. A single breath flows through you, with no need to be measured. It comes and goes, not because you're watching, but because breathing happens when nothing else claims attention. Your spine curves gently along the shape of the mattress, not because you're shaping it, but because the surface has already shaped itself around your form. The line where your back meets the edge of the bed is soft. No sharp ridge, no pressure point that demands attention. It's just a place where weight settles into the space left by gravity and fabric without complaint. The air above you doesn't stir with expectation. It stays still not because it's waiting, but because nothing has moved to disturb it. Your head rests at an angle that isn't perfect. No one is checking, but it fits. It isn't too high, not too low. There's no need to adjust the pillow for symmetry or alignment. The cushion holds your skull in a way that doesn't require correction. You don't have to decide whether it's enough. It simply is. A small draft moves across your ankle. Not cold, not warm, just air passing through space without claiming you. It doesn't whisper secrets or warn of change. It flows like breath from another body, unnoticed and unclaimed. The curtain.
beside the window flutters once, softly, then stills again. Not because it wants to be quiet, but because there's no force behind the movement. No one pulling at fabric or turning a handle. The cloth settles into its own rhythm, like anything that knows how to stay put when nothing asks it to. The floor under your feet is solid, not in defiance of change, but in agreement with stillness.
It doesn't promise permanence. It simply continues holding where you are. No vibration now. No hum beneath the wood. Just weight resting on surface. And surface answering back with quiet resistance that isn't loud or insistent. The wall at your side doesn't shift its shape to accommodate you. It stays exactly as it has always been. Flat, unyielding in its presence. Not bending toward comfort, but holding firm without effort. There's no need for a door to be locked, because the room doesn't care about entry or exit. No one is coming through that threshold tonight. Your leg lies where it fell when you turned slightly earlier. It didn't fall into position. It just stayed there as gravity took its course. The knee bends at an angle that isn't unnatural. Not too tight, not too loose. There's no reason to wonder if it should be straighter or softer. It doesn't need to prove anything by holding still. It stays because the body has already decided where it belongs. A faint smell rises from the air. Something old and dry, like paper left in a drawer for months, unopened, untouched. It isn't sharp enough to wake you, not strong enough to be noticed, unless you're searching. But even if you weren't, it's there, not as memory or warning, but just part of the room's quiet life. It doesn't need your attention any more than the dust on the shelf needs to be named. The blanket at your waist rests like a second layer of skin that has forgotten it was ever worn. The edge near your hip is folded not for symmetry, but because something pushed against it during sleep and settled without protest. There's no struggle between fabric and body, just quiet coexistence. No effort required to keep it in place. It doesn't hang loose or slip away. It stays where the weight of you has already decided. A single sound passes through the room, not from outside, not from within, but like a memory of sound that slipped past without meaning. A hum from distant wires, a click somewhere down the hall. The kind of noise that happens when things run on their own, unaware of being heard. It doesn't demand response. It doesn't need to be labeled or understood. It fades into silence just as easily as it arrived. The air in your lungs stays where it is, neither rushing
nor retreating for a long moment before moving again. Not because you're controlling it, but because the body has already begun its next cycle without needing permission. The breath that follows isn't deeper or longer than any other. It's just one more natural event among many that happen when no one is watching. The space between your shoulder blades feels full, not tight, not empty, just occupied by presence. Not a sensation of tension, not the absence of feeling, but a quiet weight that doesn't need to be explained. It isn't pushing forward or pulling back, it's just there. Part of what happens when the body lies still and no one asks it to perform. The light from beyond your window has long since stopped changing. No shift in color, no slow bleed into gray. The sky remains deep black, not because it wants to be dark, but because darkness is how night settles. No need for stars or moonlight to prove its existence. It's just there, unchanged by watching. Your hand rests palm up on the sheet, not open in readiness, not closed in resistance, just as it fell when your arm gave way to sleep. The fingers aren't curled into fists, nor spread wide like a plea. They're simply resting where they landed, not requiring adjustment. No one will come to straighten them. No future task demands they be ready. A tiny sound comes from the far corner of the room. A shift in air, not loud enough to be called creak or groan. Just movement that happens when things settle after hours of stillness. The wall gives slightly under its own weight, not with strain, but as if time itself is breathing through stone and wood. There's no need for your mind to search for where it left off before sleep came. No task waits in the next room. No voice calls you back from this moment.
What happened earlier isn't here now, nor is anything that might come later. Only what is present remains. The pressure of fabric on skin, the warmth beneath the blanket, the soft weight pressing into the bed. Your ear rests against the pillow's surface, not because it wants to be quiet, but because it has no reason not to stay there. The cotton doesn't press in or pull away. It holds your shape without claiming ownership. No one will come to check if you're lying right. No one cares whether your head is centered.
The room breathes with you, slowly, quietly, not in rhythm, but in shared stillness. Not because it's mimicking you, not because it wants to be like you, but because there's no demand for anything else. The air moves through corners without needing a reason. It flows where the body isn't holding back. There's no need to count seconds between thoughts. No need to measure how long it's been since you last felt something shift or change. Time passes not by your clock, but by what happens when nothing interrupts. A breath, then another. A pause, then a return. Nothing left behind. Nothing rushed forward. The floor beneath the bed doesn't tremble with anticipation. The wall doesn't lean toward you in comfort. They stay as they are, unchanged, uninvolved, not promising anything, not refusing either, just being what they were made to be. Surfaces that carry weight without complaint. Your foot rests where it lies, not because you're holding it there, but because the bed has already decided how much space is needed for one leg and a small shift in balance. There's no need to correct or fix. The body doesn't have to earn its place on the mattress. It simply occupies what is offered. A single thread from your sleeve slips loose, not caught by anything, not snagged against edge or fabric, just hanging down like something that forgot it was part of a whole. It stays there, still and quiet, without needing to be pulled back in. The air around you doesn't rush to fill gaps. It doesn't push forward when you exhale, nor retreat when you inhale. It just remains unchanged by the movement inside your chest. Your spine curves not because it's trying to stay straight or relaxed, but because that is how weight distributes itself across a surface made for lying down. No effort required. No reason to check if it's correct. The shape of your back isn't under review. It doesn't need approval. The ceiling above you holds its place, flat, unbroken by sound or shadow, not hiding anything, not revealing either, just staying where it is, not answering questions that aren't being asked. Your shoulder rests against the pillow's edge, not because you chose that position, nor because you're resisting change, but because gravity has already settled into the curve where your body meets the surface. The fabric beneath your arm doesn't shift when you stop moving. It stays still, holding its shape as if it remembers what comes next. There's no effort to keep any part of you in place. No hand reaching back to adjust a sleeve or pull down a blanket. The weight is distributed evenly. What the bed offers, it holds without protest. The wall behind your head doesn't listen for footsteps. It doesn't echo with expectation. It receives air pressure from the room's quiet movement, not as an observer, but as something that simply endures. A small dust mote drifts across a patch of shadow near the ceiling corner, not caught by light or breath. It floats through space without needing to be seen. No one reaches for it. No hand comes to brush it away. It stays where it is, unnoticed, unclaimed. The blanket doesn't rise and fall with your chest. It lies on top of you, steady in its own weight, not pressing down, not lifting up, just covering what's already there, like a quiet agreement between fabric and skin. There's no need to pull it higher or tuck the edge tighter. The heat beneath it has settled. What was warm when first covered is now just warmth, not something that must be preserved. A faint sound comes from outside, not loud enough to break stillness, but clear enough to register as a presence. A distant hum of traffic, low and continuous, not approaching or receding. It moves through the air without direction, just passing by in its own rhythm, not warning you, not announcing anything. It exists on the edge of what's audible, like memory that doesn't need to be remembered. Your fingers lie where they fell, not curled, not stretched, but resting as if their shape had already been decided. No intention behind them. The tips don't twitch or lift in response to thought. They stay still, held by gravity and the surface beneath. One fingertip brushes against the cotton edge of your sleeve. Just a touch, no resistance. It doesn't pull back. It stays where it is, part of the same moment. The air near your face moves slightly, not with breath from you, not because someone walked past, but in response to temperature differences. A cool patch slips toward your cheek, then settles into the stillness without claiming anything. No need for your skin to react. No need to turn your head away or shift closer to warmth. It stays as it is, cool and quiet, The floor doesn't tremble beneath its own weight. The bed frame doesn't creak with tension. They remain, not because they're waiting, but because there's nothing else for them to do. Their purpose isn't performance. It isn't attention. It simply is. The way a stone in the ground stays still, even when roots grow around it. A corner of your blanket lifts just slightly, just enough to catch the air moving from one side of the room to another. It doesn't flutter or snap back. It hangs there, suspended for a moment between motion and stillness, not seeking to return, not resisting its own drift. Your spine curves where it does, not because you're making it do so, nor because you've trained it to hold any position, but because the bones have found their resting alignment across the surface beneath them. The pelvis settles into place without checking whether it's aligned with anything higher or lower. It just is, where it belongs. The sound of a single breath escapes your lips, not sharp, not labored, but soft and unforced. No one listens for it. No one waits to hear what comes after. It simply happens in the air, like any other quiet event. A small shift that passes through space without needing permission. There's no reason to wonder if you're breathing correctly. No need to assess how deep or even your breaths are. The rhythm isn't being monitored by anyone. Not by you, not by anything else. It just continues, like the way rain falls in silence when there's nothing left to listen.
Your leg rests where it lies, not because it's been instructed, but because the mattress has already shaped itself around that space. No muscle tenses to hold position. No nerve signals need to be sent. The weight of your thigh settles without resistance into the surface designed for exactly this kind of stillness.
The ceiling doesn't watch you. It doesn't reflect light with intent or shift in response to movement below. It stays flat and unbroken. Not hiding anything, but also not revealing. Not promising comfort, not refusing it either. Just being what it is. Something above that has never moved from its place. A thread from your sleeve drapes over the side of the bed, not caught by fabric or edge, not snagged on wood or frame. It hangs down like a small bridge between two spaces, one where you are and another where nothing waits for you. The room holds no judgment about what's missing or what remains unspoken. The silence isn't empty. It contains everything that doesn't need to be said. No voice calls out from the walls. No presence knocks at the door. Nothing arrives. Nothing leaves. A draft passes through the space near your feet, not strong enough to stir fabric, not cold enough to make you shift. It flows between floorboard and wall, like air moving through a long corridor that has no end. Your shoulder sinks slightly into the pillow, not because it's giving up, but because the shape of the cushion already matches what it can carry. No effort required. No adjustment needed. The surface responds not with expectation, but with continuity. A sound comes from far away, something moving through a space beyond your hearing, like wind over stone or water passing beneath a bridge. It doesn't reach you in words or meaning, just as a tone might linger after a note fades. It stays in the air without needing to be known. Your breath slows, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because there's no demand for speed. The body isn't rushing toward anything. There's no destination beyond this moment. The wall beside your head doesn't lean into your presence. It doesn't pull away. It simply stays, unchanged by whether you are awake or asleep, present or distant. A small patch of warmth spreads across the back of your hand, not because heat is being directed there, but because blood flows without needing to be asked. No one has instructed it to move. It just does. Like water following gravity through a channel already carved. The air around you doesn't rush to fill space when you inhale, nor does it retreat when you exhale. It remains in balance, not with you, not against you, but as part of the same room that contains every breath without ever needing to respond.
Your foot rests at the edge of the bed, just enough weight to keep contact with the mattress, no more. The sole doesn't press down or lift up. It stays where it is, like a stone left in place after a flood has passed. No one checks if your head is level. No hand reaches out to adjust you. There's no need for alignment because nothing is asking for perfection. The ceiling holds its shape, flat and unbroken, not hiding anything, not revealing. It doesn't answer questions that aren't asked. It simply exists as something above that,
has never moved from where it was meant to be. A tiny sound comes from the far side of the room. A shift in air pressure, like a breath released by stone or wood settling under its own weight. No one hears it. No one marks it. But it happens. Quietly, without urgency. Your fingers don't curl inward or stretch out. They remain where they are. Not because you've decided to hold them still, but because the surface beneath doesn't demand anything from them. The space between your palm and the bed is not empty. It's full of quiet presence. The blanket stays on top of you, just as it was meant to be. Not too heavy, not too light, just covering what lies beneath without claiming ownership. A small vibration passes through the floor, not loud, not felt clearly, but sensed in the way air shifts after a door closes somewhere far away. It doesn't disturb your stillness. It just travels through space like memory that isn't remembered. You are held by what is already there. The mattress doesn't resist your weight, nor does it invite you deeper than where you've settled. The shape beneath you isn't waiting for change. It's been shaped over time to accept exactly this moment, not more, not less. There's no effort in the way your spine curves along its edge. No need to correct or adjust, because nothing is asking to be straighter, louder, clearer than what already exists. A breath comes without urgency, not one that arrives late or rushes ahead, but one that finds room between heartbeats, like water settling into a still basin. The air in the space beside your ear doesn't move towards sound. It simply stays where it was before any word could form. It is not waiting to be filled, nor does it shrink when silence takes over. Your elbow rests just so on the bed's edge, not pushed down or lifted up, but held by gravity and surface alike, as if both had agreed without speaking that this position suits what happens now. There's no need for confirmation, because nothing requires a verdict. The blanket continues to lie where you left it, not clinging nor slipping away, just covering in quiet continuity. Outside the room, something shifts, not close enough to be named, but present enough to register as movement at the edge of hearing. like cloth brushing stone after long stillness. It doesn't change what is happening here. It simply exists beyond your attention without demanding inclusion. The floor beneath you isn't a barrier. It's not trying to keep anything out or let something in. It's just there, under the mattress and behind the feet. Part of the same quiet gravity that keeps every object where it belongs. There are no rules about what must be checked or verified. Nothing is asking for your focus. Your toes press slightly into the fabric, just enough so that you feel them touch down without effort. They don't tighten or stretch. They stay as they are, like roots in soil too deep to notice unless someone looks. The texture of the sheets near your ankle isn't smooth nor rough. It's simply what it is. A weave made by hands long gone, now holding only this moment. There's no need for sound beyond what already fills the air, the kind that arrives without intention and disappears when not looked at directly. A faint creak comes from somewhere far, maybe in the hallway or behind a wall, and then fades, like breath caught between two still moments. It doesn't ask to be acknowledged. You don't answer it. Your hand lies open, palm up, not relaxed because you've chosen to relax, but simply because nothing is pulling against it. The space above your fingers isn't empty. It's full of the same quiet that fills all corners where no one listens. No light moves across it. No shadow passes through. Just stillness. A soft hum rises from below, low enough not to disturb sleep or awaken memory, just deep enough to be felt in bone rather than heard with ears.
It doesn't speak. It only exists as a tone that has always been part of this room's silence. You don't need to know where it comes from. No one tells you what it means. Your neck stays still, not stiff or soft, but balanced between two directions, like the moment when something settles into place without being placed. There's no effort in keeping your head level. Gravity does not require permission to do its work. The wall behind your shoulder doesn't lean forward or pull back. It remains where it was built, part of a structure that hasn't needed to shift since before you were born. It holds nothing for anyone who isn't present, nor hides anything from those who are. Its surface is flat and unchanged by time's passage beyond what can be seen. Your foot rests at the edge, the heel resting on the mattress's softness, not pressing in or lifting off. The sole doesn't seek friction. It only stays where contact happens naturally. No one has to remind you of this place.
It already knows your weight and shape. A small shift passes through the air near your face, not cold enough to draw attention, nor warm, but just a change in pressure that feels like an idea, beginning without being spoken aloud.
You don't respond because nothing is asking for response. The blanket stays where it was put, no longer needing adjustment or tucking beneath the edge of the bed. It doesn't promise warmth. It only offers what comes from simple covering, not performance. The fabric holds heat as if by habit, without effort to maintain it. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying, but because there's no reason for speed anymore. There is nothing ahead that requires arrival. Nothing behind needs catching up. No one calls your name in the dark. You don't need to answer. The ceiling above doesn't listen. It doesn't hear what isn't said, nor does it remember anything from earlier tonight.
It simply holds its shape, flat and quiet, not hiding a single shadow or letting any sound pass through, unless it comes from within this room itself. A faint vibration moves through the floor like memory passing without recognition. A tremor that leaves no trace behind except in how air shifts slightly, as if something had passed by unseen. You don't mark its path.
It doesn't need to be noticed. Your fingers remain still, not because you've decided they should stay there, but because nothing is asking them to move. The space between your palm and the bed isn't empty. It's full of unasked for presence, like a breath held just before release. The air in this room stays exactly where it was, neither thinning nor thickening, just present as part of what allows sound to travel without needing direction or purpose. It doesn't rush forward when you inhale, nor retreat when you exhale. It simply remains available. There is no need for a signal that everything is fine, because nothing requires being reported on. No one checks your pulse or listens at the door.
The silence isn't waiting. It's already settled into place, like dust in sunlight. Not stirred by movement, but still visible, without effort to see it. Your shoulders sink slightly, not with surrender, nor fatigue, but simply due to how weight distributes itself across a surface that has accepted this shape for many nights before yours. It doesn't ask you to do anything different than what is already happening.
The edge of the bed stays where it was, no longer waiting for someone to climb in or leave behind. It's just an edge, defined by material and shadow, without meaning beyond its own existence.
A soft current passes through space near your knees, not strong enough to shift fabric, not warm enough to register on skin, but felt as a change in air pressure that moves like thought before it forms words. You don't name it. It doesn't need you to know what it is. Your hand lies open, fingers slightly apart, palm facing up, as if the body has remembered how stillness feels without being told to do so. The blanket covers your wrist, but not tightly. No force holds anything in place except gravity and habit. The room remains unchanged, not because someone left it that way, nor because you've decided on its condition, but simply as part of what happens when nothing changes for a long time. There's no demand for awareness anymore, no reason to keep checking. You don't have to verify the door is closed or whether sound still comes from outside. The walls aren't listening. They haven't been asked anything yet. Your breathing finds its own rhythm, not faster, not slower, but steady, as if it has always known where it belongs. There's no instruction needed because nothing requires performance. The floor beneath your feet isn't a threshold. It doesn't mark boundaries or guard entry points. It just holds the weight of what rests upon it without resistance or expectation. Your elbow stays at its place, not needing to be held, not requiring adjustment, just as part of how stillness settles into shape when no one is watching. A faint shift in temperature moves across your shoulder, not cold nor warm, but like a momentary pause between two states that don't need labeling. It passes without marking time or location. The air near the ceiling doesn't drift downward. It stays where it was before any breath disturbed its stillness. There's no reason for movement unless something changes outside this room, something you aren't asked to respond to. Your skin remembers the weight of air that doesn't press back, only settles around you like a shadow, long accustomed to its own shape. The blanket's edge brushes your forearm not as an invitation nor a boundary, but simply because fabric has no need for intent when it lies still over motionless form. There is no urgency in how warmth pools beneath the sheet, no effort to gather or preserve, just quiet accumulation where heat and stillness have met many times before without ceremony. The wall beside your head doesn't hold memory of footsteps. It holds only dust that has stayed put since last season's cleaning, unchanged by time or attention. Its surface remains what it is, a flat plane slightly uneven in one corner, worn thin near the baseboard where nothing ever brushed against it but light from the hallway.
A sound enters, not loud enough to interrupt sleep, not soft enough to vanish entirely. Just a tone that arrives like a note left behind on an instrument after someone has stopped playing. It hangs for a moment between ceiling and floor, neither rising nor falling, then fades into silence as if no one had noticed it at all. You don't track its origin or try to place it in the world beyond this room. The quiet that follows isn't empty. It's full of what remains after sound has passed through, like still water holding the memory of a ripple long gone. Your breath moves without effort now, no longer counted, no longer guided, just a steady rhythm, as though your body had learned to breathe before you ever knew how. It doesn't require direction or correction. It simply continues in its own way, not faster than life, but not slower either, just present enough to keep the air moving through spaces that don't demand performance. The space between your ribs expands and contracts with no need for confirmation, no signal needed that all is well, because nothing has asked you to report anything back. The ceiling above you remains unchanged, not cracked, not stained, not in motion, but simply a surface where light once touched at dusk and never returned. It doesn't promise anything about what comes next. It only holds the shape of absence, as if absence were something solid enough to carry weight. Your eyes are closed, not because sleep has arrived, but because there is no need for sight anymore, no reason to look, no demand to see beyond this moment. A faint vibration passes through the bed frame, not from machinery or footfall, but from some distant tremor that slipped into structure like a breath held too long and finally released. It doesn't travel far. It barely stirs fabric. You don't notice it with your ears, nor feel it in bones, only sense its passing, as something that happened without needing to be named. The bed carries the trace of movement just as it carries every other thing. Weight, warmth, stillness, without storing or recalling. The blanket folds over your chest, not tightly, but loosely enough that air can pass through between fibers. Like breath moving through a curtain you don't need to pull aside. It doesn't hide anything, nor protect. You aren't shielded from the world.
because nothing is approaching. The fabric rests where it is, neither resisting nor inviting, just existing as part of what lies across your body without asking permission or making demand. A soft pressure builds at one side of your head, not firm, not uncomfortable, just a gentle presence, like gravity, remembering how to settle.
It doesn't pull you down. It only stays there, unasked for and unmoved by effort. You don't shift to relieve it because no part of you is trying to correct anything. The space around your ear remains filled with quiet, not silence in the sense of absence, but fullness of what has not been disturbed. The air near your ankle doesn't cool or warm. It just stays where it is, unchanged by breath or motion, as if time itself had slowed for a single moment and left that patch untouched. It's not waiting for anything. It isn't holding still on purpose. It simply remains in place because nothing has changed to make it move. The floor beneath the bed doesn't respond when you shift your weight slightly. Not with resistance or ease, but with neutrality. The surface accepts what rests upon it without comment. A mattress, a person, an hour of quiet that stretches beyond measure. No part of it claims ownership over presence. No corner demands to be noticed. A faint hum moves through the walls, low enough not to register as sound, high enough not to disappear entirely. A tone that lives in wood and plaster like memory without meaning. It doesn't signal anything. It doesn't warn or comfort. It only exists as a background vibration, as if the house had learned how to breathe with its own rhythm, separate from yours. Your hand stays open, not because you've decided it should be, but because no part of your body has chosen otherwise. Fingers remain where they are, not spread wide nor curled tight, just resting in their natural state, like leaves that have fallen and stopped moving without needing to explain why. The air near the window doesn't cool or heat. It just stays at the same level it's always been since the last adjustment. No one turned down the thermostat. No draft came through the seal. The temperature remains not because it has been measured, but because nothing has changed enough for measurement to matter. A soft creak echoes from somewhere in the room. Not loud, not sudden, just a sound of structure, shifting slightly under its own weight, like wood settling after years of holding still. It doesn't signal danger or change. It only marks that time has passed and things have shifted without anyone noticing. Your shoulders don't rise with tension. They remain where they are, relaxed into the mattress's shape, not because you've told them to stay, but because nothing is asking them to move. The weight of your arms lies across your chest, not as burden nor comfort,
but simply as fact. What happens when limbs stop trying to do anything? The blanket covers only part of your leg now, not perfectly aligned, not pulled taut, but just enough that warmth stays where it belongs without effort to hold it there. It doesn't cover everything because nothing needs to be hidden or protected. A slight shift in pressure moves across your hip, not caused by movement nor breath, just a subtle redistribution as gravity finds its own balance over time. You don't adjust for it. You don't notice how it changes what lies beneath. The sensation passes like a thought that never formed words.
The space between your feet remains open, not empty, not waiting, but simply unchanged from the moment before. No foot has stepped there in hours. No shadow has crossed its path. It stays exactly as it was when you first lay down. Still, unclaimed, untouched by motion. Your breath continues, steady, unhurried, as if it has always known how to move without being told what to do. There is no goal for this rhythm, no purpose, beyond simply existing in the moment where air meets body and stays. The walls don't listen. They don't know your name. They don't remember whether you were here yesterday or if you'll be gone tomorrow. They only hold space, unchanged, unasked for, untouched by need. And you stay as you are, not in any position of victory, not in surrender, but simply present, with no demand to prove anything, no obligation to answer, no reason to check the room again, or ask what might come next. The quiet that surrounds you isn't empty. It's full of what remains after sound has passed and attention has stopped searching. No one is watching. No one is waiting. Nothing requires confirmation. You are not required to be safe, only to rest where you are, without needing to earn it or justify being here. Your body remembers how stillness feels, not as effort, but as presence. And the room holds that presence like a hand that doesn't close around anything, just rests in the air, open and unburdened. A faint hum settles into the space where silence used to be, not loud enough to name, not sharp enough to locate, but present, like the aftertaste of a memory you can't place. It comes from somewhere beyond the wall, perhaps a transformer in the street,
or the quiet pulse of wiring behind the drywall. You don't need to find its source. You only notice that it's there, steady and continuous, not asking for your attention, not waiting for response. It exists as part of the room's ordinary life, like dust settling on the shelf, like the slow slide of a shadow across the floor when light shifts just slightly outside. The edge of your blanket has curled up at one corner, just enough to catch the air, not lifted by wind, not pulled by movement, just changed in position over time, as if something small had brushed past it without meaning to, like an insect passing through a space that doesn't belong to it. You don't need to fix it. The way it lies now is no different than how it was the moment before, and nothing has asked for correction. It stays where it landed, not in rebellion, not in neglect, but simply as part of what remains after effort stops. Your foot rests at a slight angle against the mattress's edge, not because you arranged it that way, but because gravity found its own alignment with no intention behind it. No thought guided this position. No decision was made to place one heel lower than the other, or to let toes touch the cool air near the floor. The shape of your foot is just what happens when weight meets surface and stays still long enough for form to emerge without interference. The ceiling above you holds its pattern, not because it's been kept clean, but because no hand has touched it in days. No dust falls from it now, not dramatically, not suddenly, but slowly, like particles drifting down through time rather than space. They land where they will, and the floor receives them without complaint or notice. You don't need to know how many grains have settled there since last you looked. The fact that some exist is enough. A pause arrives between breaths, not a stop, not a break, but an interval so brief it could be mistaken for continuity. It's not silence, exactly, not sound either, just the space where your body shifts its weight without telling itself what to do next. The air fills in naturally, no need for volume or direction. You don't control how much enters or leaves you. The exchange happens as quietly as roots drinking water from soil they never asked to grow. The wall beside your head doesn't feel warm. nor cold. It stays at the same temperature it has had since before you lay down, the kind of stillness that comes not from insulation, but from absence of change. No heater came on. No one opened a window. The air hasn't risen or dropped by more than a fraction that would go unnoticed in any ordinary moment. You don't need to verify this because no part of you is asking for confirmation. Your wrist lies flat against the bedsheet, not pressed down nor lifted up, just resting with its natural shape, as if it had forgotten how to move and never bothered to remember. The skin there feels soft beneath your own awareness, not smooth, not rough, just present in a way that doesn't demand attention. It's been this way since you first turned onto your side, and nothing has changed enough to require notice. A long silence settles between thoughts. No rush to fill it, no impulse to push forward or reconsider what was just felt. There is space for stillness, not because it has been earned, but simply because there is nowhere else to go with the attention that remains. The light from outside doesn't fade in waves or pulses. It stays at a level where you can see shapes without needing to name them. It's soft enough that shadows don't seem threatening, just present as part of what the room holds when no one is watching. No door opens, no voice calls out, nothing moves across the floor. You do not need to check if your phone is still in its place on the nightstand. You do not need to wonder whether you left a light on or if something fell over during the day. The reality of those things stays outside this moment, not because they don't matter, but because nothing here requires them to be known. Your breath continues, slow and unhurried, as if it has no intention beyond what is happening now. No effort goes into making it deeper. No correction comes from trying to slow it down. It simply exists in rhythm with the quiet that surrounds you, not as a performance, but as an echo of presence. The fabric beneath your back doesn't pull or shift under pressure. It stays where it was when you first lay down, unchanged by time or motion. The weave remains intact, neither stretched nor strained, just as it has been since this place was last touched by hands that weren't yours. You don't need to test its firmness. It carries your weight, not because it promises anything, but because that is what surfaces do when nothing else asks them to change. Your hand rests on your chest, not clenched, not open, just settled like a stone in water, resting without needing to be held or placed anywhere specific. The fingers are not arranged for comfort. They don't curve toward warmth or away from cold. They simply stay where they were when you stopped thinking about them. The space above the bed, between your head and the ceiling, is not empty, nor full of meaning.
It's just air that has stayed in place long enough to feel like part of the room itself. Not a gap, but an extension of what already exists. No thoughts pass through it with urgency. No fear enters as if it were a door. A quiet sound comes from far away, not loud, not sudden, just a soft thud or creak that might have come from another floor, or perhaps just a settling beam in the house's frame. It doesn't require an answer. You don't need to identify its source or assess whether it means anything. The sound arrives and passes like a leaf drifting through space, landing without leaving marks. Your foot is still where it was, no longer aware of pressure on the sole or warmth from the blanket above it. The sensation has faded not because you stopped noticing, but because there's nothing new to report. What remains is simply what continues. Wait, contact, quiet. The room doesn't wait for your permission to stay unchanged. It doesn't ask you to approve its silence or confirm that everything is in order. It just stays, stable, ordinary, unburdened by expectation. You don't have to be safe. You don't need to be aware of what's outside this bed. You're not required to protect yourself from anything you haven't already seen. The fact that your body remains still isn't a test passed or a victory won. It is simply where you are, and there is no reason why it must change. The air doesn't move because you've told it to. It stays steady, as if time has paused, not for you, but for the room itself. And in that pause, nothing happens, not urgently, not dramatically, but enough remains to hold space without effort. Your breath continues, soft and unhurried, as if it has always known how to move through stillness, with no need to explain why.
It doesn't rush forward or linger behind.
It only exists as part of the quiet you are now inhabiting, not separate from it, but woven into its fabric. The floor beneath your feet is solid, not because you've tested it, but because nothing has shifted enough for that knowledge to matter. No vibration passes through it. No tremor moves across the surface. The world remains still in a way that doesn't demand belief or proof. Your fingers don't curl. They don't stretch. They stay exactly as they were when your mind first stopped trying to direct them. Just resting, not resisting, not seeking anything at all. The blanket covers part of your leg, not perfectly, not completely, but enough. So the warmth stays where it belongs without needing a name or reason. It doesn't protect you from cold because no cold has come in. It only holds heat as something that naturally remains when nothing else asks for change. The edge of the blanket folds gently over your ankle. No tightness, no pull. Just a soft crease that follows the shape of the bone without effort. It doesn't promise anything about warmth or cover. It simply stays where it landed when you stopped adjusting it. The weight of it is not in how much fabric rests on you, but in how little it asks from your attention. You don't need to trace its path up your leg or name its layers. It's already there, on the side closest to the wall, near where the floor meets the bed frame. And that part remains unchanged, just like the quiet behind the baseboard. A faint sound passes through the house, not a voice, not footsteps, but something low and slow, like fabric shifting in a closet or dust falling from a shelf no one opens. It isn't new. It wasn't made to be heard. It arrives as if time itself had paused just long enough for it to drift into place without being noticed. Your shoulder rests on the pillow, not pressed into it, not lifted off, but held by its surface in a way that doesn't require control. The shape of your neck aligns with the curve beneath you, not because you guided it, but because no force has moved it since you stopped trying to hold yourself upright. There's room for breath between your collarbones, not open or wide, just soft and unhurried. Air passes through that space without needing a name. It doesn't carry urgency. It only moves as part of the quiet that fills the corners of the room where light no longer reaches. The wall beside you has texture, small dents, faint scratches,
from years ago. Not enough to matter, but enough to be real.
You don't need to remember when or why they came there. They're just marks in plaster that haven't changed since before this moment. Since before your eyes closed and your thoughts stopped chasing the day's echoes. The paint doesn't flake because you've watched it do so. It stays put not by effort, but by absence of disturbance. No one has touched it recently. No sound shook its surface enough to stir a particle loose. Your hand lies on your chest, not touching in a way that means anything, not clinging or releasing, but resting as if the space between skin and bone had become part of the stillness itself. The pulse beneath doesn't need to be felt.
It's already known by the quiet it shares with everything else. You don't have to listen for it. You're not asked to count its rhythm. It moves in time with air, with silence, with whatever happens when nothing demands attention. The floor is still below your feet, not cold, not warm, just solid and unchanging, like a surface that doesn't care if someone stands on it or lies down. No echo comes from the room beyond this one.
Nothing shifts across its threshold. The door remains closed, but you don't need to know whether it's locked, because nothing has passed through it since the last time you noticed. That kind of movement isn't necessary now. A soft hum passes through the walls, not loud enough to be called noise, not steady enough to be a machine. It might come from an appliance far away, or simply from the house adjusting in its sleep. You don't need to identify it. No part of your body tenses because of it. The sound doesn't ask for a response. It arrives and fades like breath, leaving the air without needing to return.
The blanket near your hip has shifted slightly, just enough so that one edge is no longer flat against the mattress, but folded upward by a fraction of an inch. That small change isn't news. It doesn't require correction or notice. The fabric stays where it fell, not because you allowed it, but because nothing has moved to disturb it further. Your toes are still curled slightly. No effort in that curl. No tension behind the arches. They don't need to be straightened. They stay as they were when your mind stopped telling them what to do. The shape of your foot isn't being held or corrected.
It's simply resting in a way that doesn't depend on approval. The ceiling above you has shadows, faint patterns from light filters, not visible during the day, but present now, where no one is looking for meaning. They don't form shapes that must be named. They're just dark patches on white paint, quiet and still, as if they've been waiting all along to remain unnoticed. A moment passes without anything happening, not dramatically, not suddenly, but enough has continued so that the room feels like it belongs to this place in time, not a space you're passing through. The air doesn't thicken or thin. It stays where it is, not because you're holding your breath, but because nothing has moved. Your skin doesn't need to be warm for comfort. It's already at its own temperature. Not too much, not too little. Just the way heat remains when no one asks about it. The blanket doesn't keep cold out. It simply holds warmth where it is, as if that were enough. The quiet isn't empty. It isn't waiting to be filled. It exists in a way that doesn't depend on your presence or attention. There's no need for silence to be peaceful. It just is, continuous and ordinary, like the space between two breaths. A small vibration runs through the wall, not from impact, not from machinery, but as if something far away had shifted slightly in its place, then settled again without needing to say why. You don't have to listen for it. It doesn't demand your awareness. It passes like a thought that arrives and leaves without being remembered. Your shoulder is still on the pillow, the same point of contact where you first lay down, not because you've held it there with intention, but because nothing has changed enough to move it. The position isn't perfect, nor is it wrong. It just exists as part of what stays when no one asks for change. The air doesn't wait for your approval before moving through the room. It drifts past the window frame and along the floor in a way that doesn't require you to notice or respond. You don't need to check whether it's still there. It remains, not because of belief, but because no force has displaced it. Your legs are long under the blanket, not stiff, not relaxed, just extending from your hips into space where nothing asks for their shape. The curve of your knee doesn't have a purpose now. It only exists as part of the stillness that covers you without claiming ownership. The floor beneath the bed hasn't shifted. No noise comes up through it. No vibration travels along its surface.
It holds the weight above it, not by effort, but because nothing has moved enough to change that balance. A thread of sound passes from outside, soft and distant, like someone closing a door in another part of the building, or perhaps just wind brushing against glass. It arrives without urgency. It doesn't ask for identification. It settles into the room's quiet, not as an interruption, but as something that belongs there already. Your hand stays on your chest, not pressing down, not lifting up, just resting where it fell when you stopped thinking about what to do with it next. The fabric of the shirt beneath your palm isn't important. The texture of cotton doesn't need a name. It's just a surface that has stayed in place long enough to feel like part of the stillness. The room is not waiting for anything. It does not expect you to change or to respond. It simply stays unchanged and unasked, as if time had paused not around you, but within the air itself. Your breath continues, not fast, not slow, just moving through space without needing a reason. It doesn't need to be deep or even full. It only moves because nothing has stopped it yet. The wall beside you holds its marks, scratches, dents, faint lines from years ago, all of them still present, as if they had never needed to be noticed until now. You don't have to keep track of what's outside this moment. You aren't required to remember how the day ended or whether anything remained unfinished. What matters is only what remains here, what continues without needing your attention, what stays when nothing asks for change. The blanket shifts slightly, not from your movement, nor a draft, but as if weight had settled into one corner after being held off for long enough. It doesn't pull at you or promise warmth. It simply lies where gravity has placed it, heavy in places that don't ask to be named. The edge near your ankle curls inward just enough to press against the mattress without pressing back. You don't need to adjust it. You aren't expected to make anything right. A low hum runs through the floorboards, not loud, not mechanical, but like a body breathing slowly beneath you, deep and continuous from somewhere far below or behind.
It doesn't come forward into your awareness. It stays at the boundary of hearing, just beyond the point where sound becomes meaning. You don't need to trace its source. It isn't speaking. It's only there, like heat that lingers in a wall after sunlight has passed. Your knee rests against the side of the bed frame, the same spot it touched when you first lay down. The wood is worn smooth at one point, not from polish, but from years of pressure and quiet contact. There's no story behind why this mark exists or what caused it, only that it remains. It doesn't call attention to itself now, any more than the faint discoloration near your elbow does, or fabric has thinned over time without notice. The air above you moves in small currents, none of them strong enough to disturb hair or shift cloth. They pass by like thoughts not meant for remembering, quiet drifts that arrive and dissolve into stillness. You don't have to hold space for their arrival or send a signal when they leave. Their passage doesn't need acknowledgement. The pillow beneath your head holds its shape, though it's been compressed in one area where the curve of your skull pressed down just enough to make an impression without effort. That indentation isn't permanent. It may disappear later if you shift position, but for now, it stays as a record, not of pressure, but of presence. It doesn't demand correction. Outside, something closes, a door with soft resistance, then silence that follows in waves rather than cuts. The sound settles into the air like dust, settling after a momentary stir. No need to remove it or account for its passing. There's no echo because there is nothing left to return. The fabric of your shirt rests against your skin, not tight, not loose, but at a level where temperature and texture blend without notice. It doesn't want anything from you. The weave holds its form as if it had been designed only to stay still in this moment. A line appears along the wall above the window, just faint enough that light hits it differently than elsewhere, catching an imperfection not caused by damage, but by how shadow falls at a certain hour each day. It's visible now because of where you are,
and what your eyes used to be doing when they were open. But even if you hadn't noticed before, it would still exist. The floor doesn't tremble or echo. There is no sudden shift beneath the bed frame. No sound rises through wood and plaster as though something had stepped forward in another room. What stays remains, unchanged, not because of belief, but because nothing has changed enough to make a difference.
Your fingers lie where they fell, curled slightly at the base without tension or intention. They don't reach for anything. They don't wait for direction. One knuckle presses lightly into the blanket's surface, not pushing in, just resting there as if it had been placed by chance and now stayed because nothing pulled it away. The window pane doesn't vibrate with wind, nor does glass tremble at passing feet above or below. It stays still, not from strength, but from lack of disturbance. Like a mirror that holds no reflection, yet continues to exist anyway. Your shoulder is where it was when you closed your eyes, not fixed in place by will, but held there simply because nothing required movement. The weight distribution across the body isn't balanced perfectly, nor does balance matter now. There's only this: contact with surface, presence within space, continuation without purpose. The room doesn't respond to whether you're awake or asleep. It continues not as performance, but as natural state, uninterrupted by your attention and unbothered by its absence. The walls aren't waiting for you to leave them behind. They don't care if you notice their color, their texture, the way light pools in one corner at night. Your breath doesn't need a rhythm or depth. It flows, not because it was chosen, but because no force has stopped it yet. There is no goal, no aim toward relaxation or stillness. Just air passing through space where nothing asks to be measured. A small thread of noise drifts across the threshold. From beyond the door, from another part of the house, a sound that could have been a drawer closing, someone shifting their weight in socks on carpet, or just fabric brushing against wood as it settles into place after being moved. It arrives without urgency
and vanishes. The sensation isn't sharp, it's just there, like a line drawn across skin that doesn't need to be felt but is allowed to exist anyway. There are no clocks ticking inside this moment, no sense of time passing faster or slower than usual. Time flows not by measurement, nor by urgency, but simply as the air moves through space, unobserved and unchanged. The bed frame remains in place, not because it was built strong, but because nothing has moved enough to shift its position. The wood doesn't creak under strain. There is no sound of adjustment or stress. It holds what's above without effort, just by staying still long enough to be trusted. You don't have to decide whether this moment will last. You aren't required to wonder if something might happen later, or who might come through the door tomorrow. What matters now isn't future possibility. It's only that you are here and breathing in a room where nothing has changed since earlier tonight. The light from outside, the dim glow under the sill, doesn't flicker or fade. It remains steady at the edge of vision, not because it is important, but because no force has disturbed its presence. Your hand rests on your chest, not pressing down, nor rising up, but simply lying there as if placed by gravity and left untouched since before thought had a chance to intervene. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need to be known. It holds the faintest trace of sound that arrives without being announced. Not wind, not footsteps, but something like fabric brushing against glass in another room, or perhaps just air passing through an open space no one else is using tonight.
There are no signals requiring attention, no urgency hidden beneath ordinary noise. Nothing waits for your response, because nothing asks to be answered. The weight of the blanket doesn't need explanation. It simply lies across you, as if it had been meant to stay there, not from design, but from continuity.
Your legs extend into darkness under the covers, long and still, not stiff or relaxed, just extending where they were when you stopped thinking about them. The curve at your knee is no longer a joint. It's only a shape in shadow, part of what remains unchanged. You don't need to remember how long this has been going on, or whether anything was left unfinished today. What matters now isn't memory or completion. It's the fact that you are not required to do anything more than stay here and feel what is present without needing to fix it. The air in the room continues its quiet movement, not because it wants attention, but simply because nothing has stopped it from doing so. It drifts past your face like a breath, not yours, just passing through space where no one claims ownership of stillness. There's no reason for this moment to end or begin. There is only this: continuation without demand, presence without effort, support that doesn't promise anything, but simply continues, as if it were always meant to be here. The wall beside you holds its imperfections, the faint smudge where someone leaned too long, the tiny chip at a corner, not from force, but time. Each of them part of what stays when no one remembers why they're there. They don't need names or explanations, just existence. The mattress conforms just enough to let you be known by where you lie, without needing to adjust or prove yourself. There is no need to pull in breath with intention. It moves on its own, rising and falling like a tide that remembers the shore even when not called. You don't have to ask if your chest still works. Its motion continues as quietly as dust settling after air has passed through. The fabric of your shirt lies against skin without protest or demand. It doesn't itch or shift. It just stays, part of what remains when nothing changes and no one notices. The edge of the blanket slips slightly over your ankle, a small shift in position not caused by movement, but by gravity, slow and unannounced. There is no alarm in that change, no signal to act. The fabric does not warn you. It only shifts where it was before, like a leaf drifting across water without making sound. You don't have to catch it or return it to its place. What matters now isn't placement, but the fact that nothing has broken apart. The air near your ear stays still, not because of silence, but because no new disturbance has arrived. It holds temperature like memory. Not warm, not cold, just present in a way that doesn't require naming. You don't have to wonder if it's safe. Only notice how it moves through the room as something unobserved, without needing permission or explanation. A faint creak comes from somewhere beyond hearing, not loud enough to interrupt, nor soft enough to disappear entirely. It arrives like a thought not meant for you, passing through walls that don't remember its origin. There is no answer expected, no one listening for its meaning. It just exists as part of the quiet that doesn't care who hears it. Your fingers rest on top of your thigh. No grip, no tension. They are only there, shaped by gravity and stillness. The space between them isn't empty. It's full of what does not need to be filled. Nothing demands attention from the gap or calls for a reason to stay open. There is no fear in that space, no expectation. The floor beneath the bed carries weight without speaking. It doesn't complain when pressure rests on it. The wood holds your shape, and its surface stays level, as if it had never been tested by anything heavier than air. You don't have to trust it. Only notice how it remains unchanged while everything else passes through time. The light under the sill has not dimmed, not because of power or intention, but simply because no one turned it off, nor did the electricity stop flowing. It stays at the edge of sight, like a quiet promise that does not need keeping. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to think about where it came from or why it's still on. A sound drifts in, so faint it might be imagined, but you can feel its presence, not as noise, but as vibration in the air, like a breath passing through stone. It doesn't carry words or direction. It doesn't belong to any voice or event. It just arrives and stays, part of what continues without needing your name. You don't have to decide whether anything needs fixing. There is no list of things left undone, no urgency in the way shadows fall across the wall, not because they're peaceful, but because nothing has pulled them apart. They stay where they are, not as warnings or signs, just as shapes that have forgotten how to move. Your breath continues without needing a rhythm, without being shaped by thought. It flows through your body like water through soil, slowly, naturally, without resistance. There is no effort required for it to go in and out, no need to guide it. It only moves because there's room enough to let it pass. The wall beside you doesn't speak. It holds its small flaws, the faint mark from a child's handprint years ago, the corner chip worn down by time, not force. Each of them part of what remains when no one returns to fix or explain.
They don't need meaning. They only exist as proof that some things stay, even when forgotten. You don't have to remember who put the pillow there or why it's slightly lopsided now. You don't have to care if the sheet has twisted at the foot of the bed. The fabric stays where it is because nothing has pulled it loose. There is no need for repair, no demand for perfection. A quiet sound comes from outside, no closer, no louder than before. A soft hum that doesn't belong to a machine or a voice, but simply drifts in like wind through trees not yet awake. It passes over the roof and into the air without leaving a trace behind. You don't have to identify it. You don't have to wonder what caused it. Your body lies still, not because you've decided to stay, but because there is no reason to move. The muscles don't tighten or relax. They just remain in place, as if they had forgotten how to do anything else. There's no need to make them stop working. They continue without being asked. The room doesn't change. No shift in light, no new sound, no movement beyond what was already there. It stays the way it is, because nothing has disturbed its quiet. You don't have to confirm that nothing has changed. Only notice how everything continues, as if no one had ever needed to check. There's no need for you to be anywhere else right now. Not in the past, not in the future. The moment doesn't require your presence to go on. It simply does. And so do you, without effort, without demand. The air near your face is still, not because it has stopped moving, but because nothing new has come into it. No breath from another body, no shift in temperature, just quiet passage through a space that doesn't need attention. You don't have to wonder if something will happen. You don't have to think about whether you're safe or what might follow. The only thing required is this: to stay here as you are, without needing to become anything else. There's no force pushing you forward or pulling you back. No voice saying, "This isn't enough," or "You should do more." Only the slow movement of time that doesn't care about your decisions. Your legs remain where they are, long and quiet under the covers, not stiff, not relaxed, just continuing as if their position had always been allowed. There is no need to correct them, no demand for symmetry. A slight pressure builds at the base of your spine, the weight of rest, not pain, not tension, just presence. It settles in like a hand that has been placed there without speaking. You don't have to respond. You only have to let it be part of what continues without needing explanation.
The fabric over your chest doesn't pull or shift, only lies where it was laid down, not by design, but by stillness. No one moved it. Nothing disturbed it. It stays because nothing changed. You don't have to ask if this is okay. You don't need permission from anything outside yourself. The only thing that matters is the fact that you are here, breathing, and no force has demanded you leave. The silence isn't waiting for a sound. It's just there, full of what doesn't require naming. It holds air, stillness, shadow, weight, all without claiming ownership or needing to be understood. Your mind doesn't have to stop thinking. Only notice how thoughts drift through like dust in sunlight. Not heavy, not urgent, just passing by without landing. They don't need your attention. They don't need a response. There is no rule about what you must do next. No time limit on staying still. The only thing that continues is the quiet flow of this moment. Not because it's special, but because nothing has interrupted it. The bed doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It holds your weight with equal calm either way. You don't have to earn its support. It simply remains as part of what stays when no one needs to prove anything. You don't have to be aware of where the wall ends or how far the ceiling reaches. Only notice that they stay. Untrained, unbroken. As if the room had learned how to breathe without sound, slow enough that you can feel its rhythm through the floorboards beneath your feet. Faint pulses in the wood, not from movement, but from the kind of stillness that lasts longer than a heartbeat. The weight of your body presses into the mattress just where it's meant to be. No more and no less. No adjustment needed. No correction asked for. You don't have to shift because the space already holds you in place with enough care that it doesn't require words. The air near your shoulder carries a trace of warmth, not from heat, not from effort, but from where your skin has been resting against fabric, leaving behind a small pocket of soft resistance, like a memory made visible. It stays there without needing to be noticed. The shadow at the corner of the ceiling doesn't stretch or shrink. It simply is, with no reason to explain itself. No one watches it. Nothing demands that you look. You don't have to decide whether this moment is lasting too long or not long enough. The silence isn't holding its breath for your approval. It just remains, full and unhurried, like a space that doesn't need permission to be empty. There's no noise from the hall, no footfall, no creak of floorboard. But even if one came, it wouldn't break anything. You're not guarding against it. You don't have to prepare for it. The quiet is already here, and it knows how to stay. Your breath continues, not fast, not shallow, just steady in the way that things remain when they aren't asked to change. It flows through your nose without needing a name. No effort goes into making it deep or even. You don't have to make sure you're breathing right. The air enters and leaves as if it had always known its path. The blanket at your waist has settled over the curve of your hip, not by design, but by gravity. Just one fold in the fabric that doesn't need to be smoothed out. It lies where it landed, unbothered by what comes next. The edge near your knee drags slightly across the sheet, not enough to disturb, just enough to remind you that movement is possible without meaning.
The wall behind you feels solid, not because you've checked it, but because it hasn't moved since before you closed your eyes. No shift in texture or shadow, no sound from its surface. It doesn't speak of distance or protection. It simply stays where it was laid down, part of what continues without being called on. Your hands rest near your sides, not clenched, not stretched, just resting as if the shape they made had always been allowed.
The skin over your knuckles is warm in places, cooler in others. Nothing to be fixed, nothing to be changed, You don't need to decide how relaxed you are. You're already where relaxation lives, in the space between what you expected and what actually happens. The faint hum from beyond the walls, the kind that comes from pipes or wiring deep within the structure of the house, doesn't rise or fall. It stays low, like a background note that never asks to be heard. If it changes, you won't notice until after it's happened. There's no need to listen closely, no reason to watch for variation. The space under your feet feels firm, not cold, not warm, but consistent in its offering of support. The mattress doesn't ask you to trust it. It simply holds what is placed upon it, without comment. You don't have to believe anything about the way it behaves. Only notice that it does. Your shoulder rests against the pillow, with just enough pressure to feel real, but not enough to pull your body into adjustment. The cotton cover feels soft, worn in places where fingers often pass over. Now still and quiet. It doesn't remember what you did earlier. It only remembers how it lies right now. There's a rhythm to the dark, not because there's light missing, but because darkness has its own way of holding things together. Not emptiness, not absence, just presence without demand. You don't have to fill it with meaning. You don't need to make sense of it. It doesn't require your attention. The weight at the base of your spine remains, not heavy, not light, just there in a way that feels like permission. You are allowed to stay exactly where you are. No one is waiting for you to move.
Nothing depends on what happens next. The room holds its shape without needing confirmation from you. Your feet rest under the blanket with no need to be tucked or straightened. They don't have to prove they belong there. They're just in place, part of a body that doesn't care about being perfect. No one is watching for symmetry. No rule says they must stay still. You can shift if you like. Only notice how the motion would feel, not whether it's necessary. The air near your face carries no scent from outside, not perfume,
not smoke, not rain, but only what's already in the room. Fabric, warmth, faint dust floating low in the corners where light doesn't reach. It doesn't need to be pleasant or familiar. It just exists as part of the quiet that has been here long before you arrived. The silence isn't empty. It holds things: texture, distance, shadow, pressure, all without claiming ownership. You don't have to name them to feel their presence. They're not waiting for your attention.
They simply stay, like a hand placed gently on your shoulder when no one is around. You don't have to wonder if you're safe. There's no need to ask whether the door has been closed or the lock turned. The room doesn't care about those things. It only knows what it holds: stillness, weight, air, fabric, shadow, all of them continuing without demand. There is no reason to be anywhere else. No voice saying, "You must wake up, think, respond, move." Only this: your body lying where it fell into rest, the mind not needing to finish anything, the moment simply passing through like a cloud drifting low across the sky. No aim, no purpose, just motion that doesn't require explanation.
The floor beneath you is flat and unchanging. It doesn't shift when you breathe in or out. It stays where it was placed, part of what continues without needing to be proven. You don't have to check on it. No one asks for your confirmation. Your legs remain exactly as they are, not stiff with effort, not loose from surrender, just resting as if their position had always been allowed. The blanket doesn't pull at them. Nothing tugs or nags. They stay in place without being forced into alignment. The air near your ear carries only the faintest vibration from somewhere far away, the kind that comes from machinery you can't see, a hum not loud enough to be heard, but present just the same. It's part of the background, like breath, like weight, like shadow. It doesn't require your attention. You don't have to listen for it or judge its meaning. There is no need to know what's happening beyond this room. No obligation to follow the path of a thought that drifts through your mind. No rule about how long you can stay here. Nothing asks you to leave, to change, to become anything different than what you are now. Resting, present, quiet.
The wall beside you doesn't know you're there. It only knows it's been standing since before the light came on in this house. The ceiling has no idea how long it's held up its weight. They don't care about your presence. You aren't required to make them feel anything. Only notice that they continue, unchanged and unasked. You don't have to be aware of where the corner ends or how far the floor goes. You don't need to measure anything. The room doesn't demand precision. It only holds what's placed in it. Your body, your breath, your stillness, with no need for praise or proof. The darkness isn't waiting for you to sleep. It's not holding its breath until you're gone.
It simply is. As if the night had been designed not for events, but for quiet continuity, where nothing needs to happen and everything stays in place without effort. There's no reason to look up. No need to see what's above. The ceiling doesn't require your gaze. You don't have to confirm its shape or stability. It remains as it was, unchanged, unbroken, untouched by any decision you might make.
The mattress holds your shape without shaping you back. It doesn't ask for a different curve or angle. It only remembers how pressure settles into its surface over time, like water finding where to pool in stone. The weight of your body isn't measured by the bed. It's simply registered through quiet resistance. Soft give that returns nothing but stillness. You don't have to decide if you're lying properly. There is no correct position because there's nowhere else for you to be. Your spine rests along its own natural slope, not forced into alignment or held in place by effort. It just stays where it lands, like a stone dropped into mud and left undisturbed. A faint creak runs through the floorboards somewhere beyond your feet, a sound that isn't tied to movement, but belongs instead to old wood slowly adjusting. It's neither warning nor signal, not even a reminder of what came before, just something settling in its own rhythm, like breath drawn deep into lungs and released without purpose. The noise fades almost immediately, not because it disappears completely, but because attention drifts away from it, the way water moves past pebbles on a riverbed. Your shoulder rests against fabric that has grown worn from years of use, folds shaped by how often you've turned in sleep, corners softened at edges where hands once gripped. It isn't perfect. There are loose threads near one seam, not enough to unravel, but present all the same. They don't pull or snag. They simply exist as part of what has been touched and lived with. You could run a finger along them if you wanted, but there's no need. The fabric doesn't require inspection. It only continues being where it is. The air near your nose carries warmth that isn't hot, just steady. The kind of heat held in the space between two layers of cloth when they've been pressed close together for hours. Not a breath from someone else, no shared exhalation, just thermal continuity, something small and quiet, radiating without demand or explanation. It's not trying to comfort you. It doesn't care about your thoughts or how long it takes. A shadow slips across the wall opposite, slow enough that it might be mistaken for stillness at first. Just a dimming of light, as if color itself had stepped aside briefly. But then the shape shifts again, slightly, not toward you, not away. Just changing in place like dust, settling on glass after wind has passed through. Your hand lies flat against your thigh, not stiff with intention or relaxed from surrender, but simply resting where it fell when tiredness took hold of its weight. No pressure builds at the wrist. The skin doesn't tighten around bone. There's no urge to shift, rub, reposition, only acceptance that this is how things are right now. Your fingers don't curl toward anything. They stay open and unclaimed by need. A vibration from below rises through your hips, not loud enough for sound, but felt in the bones as a low pulse, like something distant, moving beneath soil or water, passing under stone. It isn't mechanical. There's no engine behind it. No switch flipped on somewhere far away. Just movement that exists independently of meaning, like roots shifting in dark earth. The room doesn't respond to your presence. The ceiling remains where it was when the house was built. Its paint cracked in places, not from damage, but from time. Small fissures, forming patterns no one planned or noticed. They don't draw attention. No light catches them differently now than before. Their existence isn't tied to whether you see them. Your legs stay still, not because they're being held down by willpower, nor due to lack of energy, but simply as part of what happens when nothing interrupts the quiet flow between body and surface. The blanket doesn't press too tightly at your ankles
or slip off completely. It stays in place with a kind of patience that requires no effort from you. There's a faint smell beneath all others, the scent of fabric softener, worn thin, mixed with dust, stirred only by passage through air rather than hands. Not strong enough to name, a present, like memory without image, like sensation before sense begins. A thread on the inside seam of your shirt brushes against your collarbone. Not sharp, not irritating, just there. A slight texture that doesn't demand attention but can be noticed if you drift toward it. It's not important whether you notice or don't. The fabric carries its imperfection without protest. Your breath moves in and out as quietly as rain falling on dry ground, slow enough to feel the space between each arrival rather than rush through them.
There is no pattern that needs repeating, no rhythm required for balance, only movement sustained by nothing, more urgent than continuing. The wall behind your head doesn't lean forward or pull back. It just remains where it has always been. Its surface isn't smooth. There are marks left from nails, long removed, and patches repaired in silence, with paint not quite matching the original tone. These aren't flaws that need fixing, nor reminders of past events, just signs of what happened without being remembered. The darkness doesn't close around you like a door shutting behind someone leaving.
It stays open exactly as it was before your eyes closed. The same depth, the same shape, unchanged by awareness or absence. You don't have to fill it with anything because there's no lack in its fullness. Your toes rest against each other, not pressed together tightly nor pulled apart, but align naturally from where they landed when tiredness took hold of their joints. No force needed to keep them still. Their position isn't a victory or failure. It just is, like any part of the body that doesn't need instruction to stay in place.
The silence grows, not by absence, but by presence. It thickens slightly, as if something had settled into its center and taken up space without making noise. Not emptiness, but fullness with no shape. A quiet so deep you can feel your own pulse within it, like a rhythm felt more than heard. Your ear registers the faintest hum from somewhere far beyond walls, beyond ceiling, beyond floor. An energy moving through structures not designed to carry sound, but still transmitting vibration in ways that don't require listening or understanding.
You could turn toward it if you chose. But there's no reason to. The sensation isn't calling for response. It only exists as part of the larger quiet, like a leaf brushing against stone where nothing grows, and yet something persists. The bed doesn't ask whether your weight is acceptable, whether it fits its design, or meets some standard of use. It receives what arrives without judging size or form. Your body settles into contours, already shaped by earlier sleepers who left their marks not in words, but in slight indentations. Deeper places where pressure stayed longer than elsewhere.
Your back feels the mattress's resistance, not as a challenge to overcome, nor as something to adjust, but simply as one point of contact among many. Weight against give, stillness against surface. No effort required to stay there, nothing waiting for you to prove yourself worthy of rest. A faint draft runs along your calf, light enough not to be felt directly, but registered through temperature change in skin that doesn't react with alarm or movement. It's just air moving where it wants, without needing permission, like dust drifting across a shelf no one touches anymore. The fabric around your wrist is thin and worn at the edges, not frayed beyond use, but showing signs of time passing over its surface. You could examine it if you wished, but there's no need to know how long it has endured or what it might hold from past wearings. Your arms stay where they are, not because you've decided on position, nor due to fatigue that makes change impossible, but simply as a result of inertia, motion stopped and left undisturbed. The weight in your shoulder isn't heavy with strain. Neither is it light through release. It's just present, like any other part of the body lying still. A shadow moves again across the far wall, not from outside or inside, but from within, the room itself, the kind that shifts when something slightly heavier passes between you and a source of dimness not visible now. It doesn't matter where it came from. There's no reason to track its path or guess at origin. It simply changes in place, like smoke caught mid-drip. The corner of your shoulder meets the edge of the pillow, not pressed into it, not avoiding contact, but resting where gravity has left it, as if the shape of that spot had always been meant to hold just this weight at this angle. The cotton beneath you is cool now, in patches where heat has escaped and air flows through fibers that have known many nights like this one, unremarkable, unremembered, unchanged by any urgency. There's no signal being sent outward from your body, No message asking for response or attention. You're not waiting to be noticed. You are simply here, with no task beyond the act of lying still and allowing what is already present to remain undisturbed. A faint scent drifts, not sharp, not sweet, not unpleasant. Like memory caught in linen that's been folded too long and then unfolded again without cleaning. It doesn't demand identification or interpretation. You could breathe it in slowly if you wanted, but there's no instruction required for how to do so. Your breath moves on its own, rising and falling with the same quiet rhythm as the air inside the room, neither faster nor slower than what is natural when stillness takes root.
The wall near your head holds a faint warmth where sunlight once passed through glass and warmed plaster in hours no longer remembered. It's not hot now, just holding residue of past heat, like a paper left on a windowsill too long. You don't need to feel the temperature difference, nor compare it with another surface. The warmth is simply there as part of the space around you, not an invitation or warning. Something shifts in your ankle, not movement from choice but adjustment, so slight it might be mistaken for nothing at all. A release in tendons that had tightened without notice. No effort to correct position, no need to settle back into place. The shift happens like rain falling through leaves. No sound, only presence afterward. You are not responsible for the result of your own weight on soft parts. The ceiling above you is plain. No cracks, no shadows forming shapes, but it holds a kind of stillness that isn't empty. It doesn't lean or sag or promise collapse. It just stays where it has always been, supporting everything above without comment, without demand. You don't have to verify its stability or wonder if it will stay put. It is not made for you to test. Outside the room, a car passes. Its engine hums low and distant, like something moving through water in slow motion. The sound doesn't enter your body as noise, but as vibration beneath the floorboards, barely felt, almost imagined, yet present enough that you can sense it without hearing it clearly. You don't need to track where it came from or what kind of vehicle it was. It moves on its own path, past your window and into silence again. Your fingers lie loose, not curled nor stiffened, each joint resting in the exact place they landed when fatigue pulled them down one by one. The skin over knuckles is thin and warm, where blood flows steadily without urgency. No ache demands attention. No stiffness calls for correction. They stay as they are because that's what happens when nothing asks to be changed. The blanket has slipped slightly at your hip, not enough to matter, not far enough to cause discomfort, but the space it now covers feels different. A patch of air with no weight, only temperature difference between where fabric meets skin and where it doesn't. You don't need to pull it back up or adjust for warmth. The body knows what it needs when left unbothered. A single thread has come loose from your sleeve, just one strand hanging down like a forgotten signal from an old system.
It sways slightly with no reason, just air moving where nothing else stirs. You don't have to cut it off or tuck it in. The world doesn't care if it stays there. Your neck rests at the edge of alignment, not too stiff, not too loose, just enough balance between effort and surrender that your head feels neither heavy nor light, but simply there. No thought needed about posture. No need to reposition for comfort. It's as though gravity has found its own way through layers of muscle and bone and settled you gently into place. The floor beneath the bed is quiet, not hollow, not echoing, but carrying a kind of weight that doesn't rise upward. You don't feel it directly, but there's an awareness in your legs that something solid holds all this. Frame, mattress, body, breath, all resting on ground that has known many nights like this one and will know more. The air near your face is still, not trapped, not moving fast, but thick with absence of motion. You don't have to breathe deeper or faster because nothing asks for change. Your lungs fill and empty in time with the quiet outside the window, where no wind stirs branches that aren't there. A sound you might miss if you weren't listening. Just one note from a pipe somewhere far off, low enough not to startle, but clear enough to register as real. It doesn't belong here. It doesn't explain itself, but it exists in the same world as your breath, your skin, the bed beneath you. The space between your thoughts is wider now. Not because there are fewer thoughts, but because none of them need a response. You don't have to answer or revise or recheck anything. They come and go like shadows passing over stone, not stopping long enough
to leave, Mar. Your knee rests against the edge of the mattress where it curves inward. No pressure, no strain. Just contact between soft tissue and fabric that has stretched over time without complaint. It's been here before. It will be here again. No need for perfection or alignment. A quiet hum returns, not from a machine, not from wires, but from somewhere beneath the floorboards, like water moving through old pipes in a house long settled into routine. The vibration is soft and steady, not urgent, not threatening. You don't have to listen. It doesn't want anything from you. Your hands remain open, palms up, not waiting for something, not reaching out, just resting where they fell when sleep began its slow pull. No need to close them or clench fingers into fists. The stillness isn't earned, it's simply allowed. The wall beside your ear has a patch of paint that's faded unevenly, lighter in one spot, darker elsewhere. Not because it was damaged, but because time passed across its surface differently in places where light struck more often or less. You don't need to know what caused the difference. The variation is just part of the room's history, like dust on a shelf no one touches. A breath comes and goes without notice. No intention behind it, no rhythm enforced. It moves through you as naturally as water flows downhill, not needing permission or direction. You don't have to guide it or feel its depth. It simply is. The surface beneath your back holds firm, not rigid, not yielding, but giving just enough so that every point of contact feels real and stable.
No need to test whether it will support you. The mattress doesn't promise anything. It only does what it's meant to do. Receive weight without resistance or demand. You don't have to believe in safety. You don't have to decide if this moment is safe or even acceptable. All that matters is what your body already knows, how it fits into the space it occupies, how its shape aligns with surfaces and air and silence. There's no test of readiness here, no gate to pass through, just the continuation of being, without need for proof or explanation. The weight in your shoulders stays where it landed, not sinking deeper nor lifting away, but simply existing as one part of a whole that doesn't require coordination or balance. It isn't trying to do anything. It's not afraid of dropping. It just is, like the floor beneath you, like the air around your face, like the sound that drifts through walls without needing to be heard.
You don't need to watch for changes. You don't have to prepare for them. The room doesn't shift in response to awareness or fear. It stays exactly as it was before you closed your eyes and continues unchanged now, even if no one is watching. The edge of the blanket has begun to curl slightly at one corner, just enough that when you shift ever so gently, a small ridge forms against your ankle where fabric meets skin. It doesn't pull or resist. There's no tension in it. The weave is soft from years of quiet use, not worn through, but softened by time and touch. Like the surface of stone smoothed by rain over decades without rush. You don't need to smooth it down. Letting it rest as it chooses feels right. Like leaving a door open just enough that breeze can pass through without forcing entry. A faint draft runs along your arm where it lies flat against the sheet one that doesn't come from outside but rises up quietly, like air moving between two layers of stillness, one above you in the room, another beneath your body. It isn't cold or sharp. It's just a breath of space passing through what is already quiet, not disturbing anything, only reminding you that movement can happen without notice. Your foot rests where it fell when sleep first began to settle. No adjustment made since then. The sole presses slightly into the mattress at one point near the heel, but there's no pressure behind it, no need for balance or control. It just holds its place in a way that feels natural, like roots settling deeper after rain. The wall opposite your head has two small marks where something once hung. A nail hole here and another further up, not quite aligned with anything now visible. They remain as quiet evidence of past arrangements, objects removed long ago without fanfare or regret. No need to recall what they held. The emptiness between them is steady, unbroken by memory. A sound comes again, not loud enough to interrupt, but clear in its presence. A creak from somewhere deeper within the structure of the house. Not near your room, but nearby enough that it reaches you through wood and air without meaning or purpose. It settles into place like water finding level ground. No effort involved, no urgency in delivery. The back of your neck feels warm where skin touches fabric. The same cloth covering most of your upper body has worn down slightly along the curve between shoulder and spine. Not thinning, but softened by time and contact with a surface that doesn't demand anything. You don't need to shift for comfort. The warmth stays exactly as it is, neither increasing nor fading. Your hands are still open, not because you decided they should be, not because someone told you how to rest, but simply because no movement has taken place since the moment of letting go began. They remain where gravity allowed them to fall. Palms up, fingers relaxed into their own shape without correction or intention. The air near your face is calm, neither still nor moving fast, but holding a quiet continuity that doesn't require attention. It's not cold enough for shivers, warm enough not to feel like effort to breathe through it. The temperature has settled where it belongs, neither too much nor too little. No adjustment needed. A line of light runs along the floor beneath your bed, a thin strip from under a door somewhere down the hall, faint and unchanging, not flickering or shifting in intensity. It doesn't point to anything important, doesn't mark an exit or entry, just sits there like a boundary drawn by accident, visible but irrelevant. The mattress gives slightly at each pressure point, not giving way, not sagging, but yielding enough for your body's contours to be met exactly as they are, without resistance or correction. No need to flatten yourself into shape. The space beneath you knows how to carry weight without needing praise or proof of worthiness. Your left knee is higher than the right by a fraction, not because it wants to rise, not because anything shifted, but simply due to the angle your leg fell at when stillness first arrived. It doesn't matter that one side rises more than the other. The difference isn't noticed as imbalance. It's just part of how you fit into this place. A low tone hums from beneath the floorboards, deeper and slower now, like a distant rhythm felt rather than heard. It comes not in waves, but steadily, repeating with no variation or demand for response. You don't need to listen to understand its presence. Its existence is independent of attention. The weight across your chest stays where it landed, not tight, not loose, but present as part of the whole pattern of stillness that has settled over you like dust on a shelf, unseen but real. A breath moves through without notice, one that begins somewhere deep and ends quietly at the surface of skin. No need to count it or feel its length. It doesn't ask for anything, not even acknowledgement. Just exists between one point and another, in air already filled with silence. Your ear rests against the pillow, not pressed hard, not lifted away, but simply where weight landed without correction. The fabric there has flattened slightly from use over time, a small depression shaped by repeated contact, now holding your body exactly as it was meant to fit. The ceiling above you holds no design or decoration, not painted, not cracked in any way that draws attention. It's just flat and level, no curve, no imperfection worth noting. You don't need to examine it for meaning. Its surface is only what it is, a boundary between your head and the room beyond. Something shifts, a tiny ripple of air passing through space where nothing was moving before, but not enough to register as sound or sensation. It just happens, like dust, drifting in sunlight without direction. The footboard at the end of the bed has one loose screw that hasn't tightened fully, just a faint rattle when touched by wind from somewhere far off, not loud enough to wake you, just present, an unimportant vibration that doesn't demand attention or fix. Your fingers have curled slightly into their own shape, not because they want to, not because they're cold, but as if gravity has slowly drawn them inward over time, like roots curling around soil without effort. A soft tone returns, the same one from before, coming now through the wall behind you. It's deeper than last time, or perhaps it isn't. It might just be that your body is softer in this moment, more open to what arrives uninvited. There's no need to respond, no requirement to recognize anything beyond its presence. The sound enters without permission and leaves without explanation, just like the draft at your ankle or the warmth behind your ear. Your breath continues, not faster, not slower, but aligned with whatever rhythm is already present in the space around you. It doesn't have to be steady, doesn't need to deepen, just flows through as one part of a larger quiet that has no beginning and no end. The blanket edge still curls at its corner, just slightly more than before, and now it rests against your ankle like something waiting not for action, but simply for time. You don't have to decide whether this is enough. You're already here, not because you passed some test, not because danger has left, but because being where you are feels true in a way that doesn't require explanation. There's no need to fix anything about yourself or the space around you. Nothing asks for correction. No part of your body demands better alignment or deeper relaxation. The floor beneath you is solid. No vibration from outside. No shift in surface, but just holding everything exactly as it was when this stillness began. Your eyes are closed, not because someone told them to be, not because there's a rule about sleep, but simply because they have stopped searching for anything beyond the immediate sensation of weight and contact. They don't need to look back at what passed or forward into what might come. The air near your face stays quiet. No change in temperature. No new movement through space. It doesn't care whether you're listening or not. You remain exactly where you are. Not more than that, not less. And the world around continues as it has, unchanged, unbroken by awareness. Something shifts again. A small ripple across skin near your wrist, but too faint to name, too quiet to register, beyond feeling. It passes without demand, without explanation, without calling for response. And stillness remains, not because you achieved it, not because anything was earned, but simply as a state that has arrived naturally in the way light arrives at dusk, slowly, quietly, with no ceremony required. You hold still as something settles deeper than movement, a quiet that isn't silence so much as a kind of listening without expectation. The mattress beneath you gives only slightly under pressure, not too soft, not rigid enough to resist the shape your body makes when left alone with its own weight. It doesn't adjust for comfort or intention. It simply remains what it is, level in places where nothing rises and flat elsewhere, as if no attempt was ever made to make things different. A thread of warmth runs along one side of your arm, not from heat, but from stillness, the kind that gathers slowly when the air around you has stopped shifting. It doesn't stretch or thin. There's no pulse beneath it, just a slow accumulation in space where nothing else is happening. An invisible presence, like light, caught between two panes. The wall behind you holds its own weight, without complaint. No creak, not even breath from within the plaster, but just pressure at your shoulder blade, as if something long forgotten has chosen to stay exactly here for now. You don't need it to be anything more than what it is. A surface that doesn't require explanation. There's no sound of footsteps anywhere, not near or far. Only distant hums you've learned not to follow, like the low thrum from beneath your floorboards when something moves in another part of the house. But this isn't one such moment. There's nothing behind it requiring attention. It arrives and passes without a trace. You're aware now that time has shifted, not by measurement, but through sensation. How much longer you've been lying like this, not searching or adjusting. How deep your body feels in relation to the bed beneath you, compared with earlier, when movement still felt possible. The corner of the sheet near your hip folds inward slightly. A small fold formed naturally from gravity and fabric tension. It doesn't hold any significance beyond shape. It's just a place where one layer rests against another without effort, like two hands coming together by chance rather than design. Outside, some quiet continues, not in patterns or rhythms that mean anything, just sound passing through the glass of your window. Not wind, but something older and more settled. A low tone from across the street, or perhaps just a transformer humming at its own pace with no one listening. The air doesn't cool near your neck, nor does it warm beyond what's already there. The temperature stays where you left it when stillness took over. Your hands rest on top of each other now, not deliberately arranged or brought together, but aligned by gravity alone. The knuckles don't press. The fingers aren't clenched in readiness. They simply lie as they have since motion paused, unasked for, unremarkable. And this allows a certain kind of openness, not to change anything, but merely to notice what's already settled. A soft sound returns, not from outside or inside, but felt more than heard. The slight vibration that comes when your body finally stops resisting the idea of rest. It doesn't come with tone or volume. It's less like noise and closer to a whisper in bone. Something buried under skin where only stillness can hear it. The blanket shifts just once, not from wind nor motion,
but as if some weight moved gently inside its layers. Not enough for you to react, but sufficient that the surface changed ever so slightly. You don't need to identify what caused it or whether anything will follow. It simply happened like a leaf turning in still air after years of lying flat.
You're aware now, not through thought nor memory, that your breath has slowed without instruction, not forced deeper, not held longer, just aligned with the way sound travels between rooms when nothing is trying to be heard. It passes quietly from chest into throat and out again, as if it belongs more in space than in control. There's no need for a pause before inhaling or waiting after exhaling. Each movement comes naturally, like water flowing through stone, without demand on timing, only presence. Your feet feel heavier now, not because of fatigue, but simply the way weight settles over time when nothing pulls against its direction. The soles press flat into surface, as if they've always known this was where resting would begin. No need for adjustment or correction. The wall beside you holds a patch that's slightly darker than others, a stain left by moisture long gone, not repaired nor hidden, but simply accepted like any other mark on the world around it. It doesn't attract attention. There's no reason to remember its shape unless you choose to look. And even then, only as one detail among many. You're aware of your shoulders now, not because they ache or tense, but from how their position has changed over time. Not lifted in readiness, nor drawn back out of habit, but just resting where gravity placed them. No effort required, no correction needed to stay this way for however long you remain here. The air near the floor stays undisturbed, the kind that lingers between seconds when no one is walking through it or opening doors to let more pass by. Something shifts, not in sound nor pressure, but a subtle shift of space around your elbow. Not movement so much as stillness, taking up room where nothing was happening before. Like light filling an empty corner after someone steps away from the doorway. There's no reason for this awareness. It just arrives like warmth, when sunlight finds skin through curtains that never fully closed and stays without needing to be named or claimed. You don't have to decide whether it matters, what caused it. If anything will follow, it exists only in your body as a sensation, not more than lightness, nor less than pressure, merely present enough for notice, but too small for action. The ceiling above you remains unchanged, not cracked, not stained, but just holding the shape of silence with no demand on form or function. You don't need to think about it. Don't even have to remember where your eyes are closed behind them. And still there's a kind of grounding in knowing that something exists up there, stable and continuous. You're aware now how little effort you've put into being here, not because the body is relaxed or mind quiet, but simply from allowing things as they come. No resistance, even when thought stirs slightly at edge of sleep, like dust rising before stillness returns fully. The fabric of your shirt lies against skin, with no pressure to stay in place. It doesn't cling nor pull, just sits where gravity allows, letting the air pass between threads without interference or correction. There's a small ridge along one side seam, not sharp enough for pain, but noticeable when pressed, like something worn down over time until only shape remains. Not functional anymore, just part of what is present now and no longer in need of fixing. The corner where your knee meets the edge of bed has settled into softness, the kind that comes after hours without movement. Not stiff or sore, simply softer than before because weight stayed put instead of shifting toward balance. A faint vibration runs through floorboards beneath you, not from footsteps nor machinery, but something deeper, a slow pulse in foundation, not tied to any source, yet felt as if it belongs, like the quiet thump that comes when large things shift far below Earth's surface without warning or explanation. It doesn't call for attention. It just moves underfoot, like breath held too long. You don't have to name what caused this, nor imagine where it leads, or whether you'll feel anything different tomorrow morning because of it. You are simply here now, held by a pattern that has no beginning and needs no ending. The way warmth returns after cold doesn't require explanation or proof, just presence in the moment when heat arrives. The air near your forehead stays still, not cool, not hot, but unchanged since you first closed eyes, steady enough
to be forgotten entirely unless touched again later, and even then only remembered as absence rather than sensation. Because it was never loud nor urgent, it simply stayed where needed without demand or effort from anyone involved. You don't have to decide what this means. If the room is quiet because no one's moving past its walls, if sound has left, not due to danger, but just lack of need, you aren't required to judge how much stillness there really is, only allowed it as a condition that exists beyond belief or proof, simply true in ways nothing else can confirm. A quiet hollow forms beneath your shoulder blade, nothing like emptiness or absence, more a subtle settling where pressure once pressed into bone. It's not relief, nor does it promise release. It simply is. The kind of space that opens when weight stops pressing down, not because something lifted it, but because gravity found its own balance in stillness. The mattress yields slightly under you, not sagging, not springing back, but holding shape with quiet patience, like a surface that remembers how to stay flat, even when no one's watching. The edge of your left hand rests near the bed frame, just enough to feel the grain beneath fingers without needing to adjust. Wood doesn't speak. It only holds what touches it. There's a small knot in the side panel, a ridge worn smooth by time, not care, that aligns now with the line where skin meets fabric. Not noticeable unless you look. Not important if you don't. It stays there because nothing displaced it, and no one came to fix or remove. A breath slips out, not long, not shallow, just a soft release that doesn't carry meaning into the air. The sound is gone before your chest finishes falling back down. There's no need to track its path through lungs, nor wonder if it was deeper than last time. It simply passed through you and dissolved like dust in sunlight. You don't have to decide whether this moment matters or not. The room doesn't care either. No signal sent, no message left behind. Just the slow shift of heat rising from floorboards into air near your feet. A movement too gentle for measurement, too quiet for notice, unless you lean into it. You're not required to feel anything about that warmth, nor name where it came from. The wall beside you continues its steady presence. No cracks, no peeling paint, just surface and shadow blending without drama. Light doesn't reflect off it the way it used to. Instead, it rests in folds of texture too fine for words, not rough, not smooth, but real enough to be felt when pressed lightly with fingertips that don't move. Your right leg, lies straight along the bed's edge. No need to tuck it inward or pull it back.
It stays where gravity placed it after you stopped shifting. The heel presses down only slightly, not tight, not loose, but held by contact and nothing more. There's no demand for symmetry, nor urgency in alignment. Something moves far beyond the window, a shadow that drifts across glass without sound or shape. You don't have to identify what caused it. No animal, vehicle, wind gust, to know that its motion doesn't carry toward you. It passes like breath through an open door and vanishes into darkness on the other side. The silence isn't complete. It holds small things, a faint creak from somewhere deep in walls, not sudden nor alarming, just a slow surrender to cooling air inside beams.
Not every sound needs a source or story. Some exist simply because they happen, like rustle when nothing brushes against anything. Your shirt collar presses once lightly against your neck, not tight enough for discomfort, not loose enough to fall away, just resting where it was placed by gravity and fabric design. It doesn't pull at skin or interfere with breath. There's no need to adjust it, because adjustment would require awareness that isn't needed now. The corner of the quilt near your hip has slipped slightly, a fold forming without intent, not undone by effort. It stays folded because nothing reached out to smooth it. No one claimed its position. No rule demanded correction. The crease remains as evidence of stillness, a mark left behind when movement paused mid-cycle. A faint warmth builds where your thigh meets the sheet, not from fever or heat source, but from pressure and contact over time, like metal growing warm after sitting in sunlight long past noon. It doesn't rise steadily, nor fade quickly. It just exists at this temperature, as if calibrated for no reason beyond presence. There's a rhythm to how air moves through the room, so slow that it feels more like stillness than motion, not cold or dry, not thick or stale. It simply stays in place long enough to be forgotten until you notice warmth on your forehead again. Not because it changed, but because your awareness did. You don't have to think about whether this is safe
or unsafe. The room doesn't require approval, nor does the dark outside demand explanation. The chair by the door sits empty, its back turned toward you, with no weight on seat or armrests. It's not guarding anything. It isn't watching. It simply waits in silence, like every other object that has never asked for attention. A single thread unravels from your sleeve, barely visible unless light hits it just right, and hangs now, dangling without purpose between fabric and air. No one needs to pull it back or cut it off. It stays where gravity placed it, not as a flaw, but as part of what is allowed. Small things left unmanaged because they don't need managing. The floor beneath you resists no pressure, doesn't crack under weight, doesn't creak when shifted slightly. It holds the bed's frame with quiet consistency, like roots holding soil through seasons without claiming credit. No sound comes from below, just a kind of silence that settles into bones, not loud enough to be heard, but deep enough to feel. Your fingers rest flat on your abdomen, not clenched, not raised, but still in place, as if they had no need to move. They don't press down or lift up. They simply lie where gravity allows them. The skin over ribs doesn't tighten or expand with effort, just breaths arriving and leaving without commentary. There's a softness along the edge of your lower back, one that wasn't there before, not because you changed position, but because tension released slowly, like water draining through sand.
It isn't relief. It isn't even calm, but just another kind of stillness. One where weight settles into joints without resistance. The air near your nose remains unchanged, not cool, not warm, just present in the way that only breath can be when it's no longer being measured or judged for depth or speed. You don't have to decide if you're breathing right or wrong, because there is no standard here. Only what happens and what stays. A faint vibration runs through the floor again, not loud enough to feel with feet, not strong enough to disturb sleep, but noticeable in your pelvis as a pulse that doesn't demand attention. It passes like wind through an open window, then fades into nothingness without explanation or trace. The wall behind you continues its quiet shape. No movement, no flicker.
just surface and shadow meeting at angles formed by time and building. No light hits it directly now. No one has turned on a lamp in years to test how color reflects under new bulbs. It stays unchanged because nothing changed. Your foot rests slightly off the edge of the bed, not falling, not tucked in, but hanging into air with only fabric between toe and floor. The skin on the sole is warm from contact earlier, not hot, not chilled, just holding temperature like a stone left in sunlight for hours. Something shifts beyond your awareness, a sound that doesn't break silence, but slips through it like thread through cloth, not loud enough to be named, not urgent enough to stop breath. It just exists. The kind of noise that happens when buildings settle, or trees sway far away without breaking branches. There's no need to check whether anything has changed. No rule says you must confirm safety by scanning again. The mattress still holds your body in place with even weight distribution. Your arms lie where they fell, not arranged for comfort, not adjusted for ease, but simply resting as gravity allowed. The fabric of the sheet lies across your legs without pulling or shifting. It doesn't cling nor ride up. It stays where it is, not because it's fixed, but because nothing moved to disturb it. Your left ear presses lightly against pillow. No pressure, no pain. Just contact that lasts longer than most moments. The cotton near your hairline holds warmth from earlier movement and refuses to let go of heat entirely. The air above you doesn't grow heavy or thin. It stays where it is, like a layer of stillness resting between ceiling and head. Not cold enough to require adjustment, not warm enough to feel noticeable unless pressed directly against skin. Your shoulder blades rest against the bed's surface like two small stones that have found their place after drifting through time. They don't press into fabric or sink into softness. They simply stay where they are, not because you held them there, but because nothing pulled them away. The space between them isn't tight or open. It just exists as a quiet hollow shaped by the way your body settled when you stopped adjusting. Your collarbone lies flat against the mattress's edge, not lifted nor dropped, just still enough to be noticed only if attention drifts there. There's no effort in keeping that position, no intention behind it. It is simply what happens when weight finds balance without being directed. The air near your shoulder moves slowly, like breath passing over a surface that doesn't react. Not cold, not warm, just present. It doesn't carry scent or signal anything beyond its own existence. You don't need to name where it came from or why it's there. It stays because nothing changed. The sheet above you remains in the same fold across your hip, not stretched taut, not bunched up, but just lying as it fell when the last shift happened. No one touched it since. No wind stirred it. Even the faintest current of air that passed through the room did so without disturbing its shape. A new quiet settles into the corner behind your right ear, where sound meets stillness and neither claims dominance. It's not silence, but a kind of absence that doesn't feel empty. The wall there has no crack visible to eyes, no shadow shifting with breath. It simply holds its form, like something that doesn't need proof of being real. You don't have to look at it or confirm it's still standing. Its shape is known through touch and memory, not sight. It stays because it always has. Your right hand rests palm up on your chest, not pressing down, not pulling back, but just open, as if receiving nothing, yet willing to hold whatever arrives without resistance.
The skin along the wrist feels slightly cooler than the rest of you, but only because it's exposed more directly to air. Not uncomfortable, just different in temperature, like a stone that sits outside the sun and never quite catches up. Something hums under your feet, not loud enough to be sound, not strong enough to vibrate through bones, but felt as a low pulse where floor meets frame. It doesn't grow or fade. It just remains, like an old engine running in another building far away, so distant that its rhythm becomes part of the atmosphere instead of a signal. You don't need to trace its source. You don't need to ask what causes it.
It's simply there, part of the quiet texture of this place, like dust settling on shelves no one touches. The light from outside has dimmed completely now, not gone entirely, but reduced to a faint glow behind curtains that haven't been drawn fully shut for years. The color isn't bright or clear. It's soft and blurred at the edges, not meant to be seen, only sensed as part of the room's shape when eyes are closed. You don't need to check how much light remains. It doesn't matter. The air above your head stays still. No movement from vents, no draft from windows that haven't opened in months. Even if a breeze passed through the city outside, it wouldn't reach here. The walls block it before it can arrive. You don't need to know whether they're thick or thin. You only need to feel what is. This layer of stillness resting above you like an old coat left on a chair. Your toes flex once, just slightly, without meaning or direction. Not in response to sound, not due to cold, not from any urge to move, just a small shift in muscle, the kind that happens when nervous energy finds release without demand.
Then they settle again, not toward the floor, not curled inward, but just resting where gravity placed them. The fabric beneath your thigh holds its shape across your skin. No clinging, no friction. It doesn't resist or cling to warmth. It simply lies there as if it had always known how to stay still. Not because it's been cared for, but because nothing has disturbed it in a long time. The cotton feels soft, not from being washed, but from the way it has absorbed heat and quiet over days. A faint sound comes through the wall, one that doesn't break silence, so much as slide under it like water finding its path. Not loud enough to be named, not urgent enough to interrupt stillness. It might be footsteps far away, a door closing somewhere else in the building, the turning of a page in another room. You don't need to identify it. You only need to notice that it passes through your awareness without stopping. Your breath slows, not because you told it to, not because you tried, but simply because there's no reason for speed anymore. It doesn't rush toward rest. It just arrives and stays. The in-breath isn't shorter than the out. Neither is longer. They balance like weights on a scale that has stopped moving. The space between your shoulder blades grows softer, not tighter, not relaxed, just less defined, as if tension had been holding them apart for so long that their separation began to feel permanent. Now it softens into something quieter, a gap that doesn't need filling, only being. You don't have to close it or open it. It just stays. Your right elbow rests lightly against the mattress. No pressure on skin.
no pinching of nerves.
Just contact, slight and unremarkable. Not held in place by will, not forced into alignment. It's where gravity allowed it to fall when you stopped trying to arrange your body for comfort. The floor beneath you feels solid, not because you believe it is, but because it doesn't shift under weight. The support stays steady, even though the room above has no sound of movement. No one walks through, no creaks from wood or metal, just a kind of quiet that settles into joints and remains without demand. A small pulse runs along your left hip, one not from blood flow, not from muscle, but like heat moving slowly across stone after being warmed by sun. It doesn't travel far, doesn't need to. It's just there for as long as the moment lasts. Your fingers don't move. Not because you're holding them still, but because they've stopped wanting to do anything else. They rest on your abdomen, not in position, but in surrender. Not to safety, not to sleep, but simply to what is. Their own weight, the fabric beneath, the warmth of skin and breath. The air near your temple doesn't change, just stays where it was when you last noticed it. Not cold enough to pull attention, not warm enough to require adjustment. It's just there, like a corner of room that no one ever enters, but still holds its shape. Your knees don't press together or drift apart. They stay as they fell, not because they were placed, but because nothing moved them since the last time you stopped moving yourself. The space between them isn't tight or loose. It's just enough to allow breath to pass through without resistance. A new quiet settles into your left side, not silence, but absence of need to respond. No alertness required, no scanning needed. It's not peace, not calm, not stillness, but a kind of weightlessness in attention, where nothing demands to be checked or confirmed. The wall behind you continues its shape, no shadow changing, no line shifting, not because it's perfect, but because nothing has altered it since the last time you noticed. The paint hasn't cracked. The plaster hasn't settled into new grooves. It just stays as it is. Your breath arrives and leaves without sound, not forced, not held back, but simply passing through space that doesn't need to be filled with meaning. The floor continues its stillness. No vibration
from distant machinery. No shift in foundation. The support remains, even though you don't feel the source of it. It isn't needed for proof. Only presence matters. Your hands lie open, not waiting for anything, not reaching toward comfort or safety, but simply resting on body as if they had forgotten how to move. The room holds its shape, no sound breaking through, no light appearing from nowhere. The space stays unchanged because nothing changed in it. You don't have to confirm that the door is closed. You don't need to check whether someone left a window open. Nothing requires proof of existence here. Only what happens. Your left shoulder rests at an angle that isn't perfect or arranged. It's where gravity settled it, when you stopped guiding every inch of yourself into shape. No effort went into making it rest there. It didn't have to earn its place. The fabric beneath your arm holds the imprint of warmth, not from heat transferred over time, but from stillness, something that has simply stayed long enough for its own shadow to form on the surface. You don't need to know how deep the dent is, or whether it will remain tomorrow. It's just there now, like a small dip in the world that doesn't call attention to itself. The edge of your blanket lies flat against your ankle, not tucked, not pulled up, not shifted by wind or draft, just resting where it fell when you last moved. The seam along its side runs straight without pulling at skin. It's not tight across your foot, not loose enough to slip down, just present, unnoticed unless you look for it. And even then, there's no need to act on what you see. Your spine curves in a way that isn't corrected or aligned. It follows the shape of the mattress, as if both had been shaped by the same slow process over many nights. No instruction was given, no effort made to straighten. The curve holds because nothing has disturbed it since your body settled into position and stopped adjusting for comfort. The air above your chest doesn't move in rhythm with your breath. There's no need for it to follow, no demand that it respond. It stays still not out of obedience but from inertia, like a cloud floating just beyond sight, unmoving because nothing has touched it. You don't have to wonder if it will shift or drift away. It doesn't matter whether it does. The weight on your right hip isn't heavy enough to cause discomfort, just steady enough that you can feel the difference between pressure and absence, not pressing in, not lifting up, just there, a kind of presence without demand,
You don't need to judge if it's too much or too little. It simply is. The corner of the wall near your head doesn't glow, doesn't dim. The paint hasn't changed shade since you first noticed it. Not faded, not grown darker from moisture, just as it was when light last passed over its surface, unmoved by time or attention. You don't need to confirm that it's still there. It continues without needing your notice. The ceiling above doesn't shift, doesn't creak under strain. The plaster isn't settling into new cracks. There's no sound of anything moving behind the drywall. Not from pipes, not from wires, not from unseen space expanding or contracting. Just silence, not forced, not artificial, but quiet, that has settled in like dust on a shelf, never disturbed by hands. Your right hand lies open with fingers slightly splayed, not stretched, not curled, just as they fell when you stopped thinking about their placement. The skin between them feels warm from being close to your body, but not hot enough to require attention. No itching, no tingling, just warmth that doesn't need a reason. The mattress beneath you doesn't complain, doesn't shift its shape under weight. It holds the contour of your hips and spine as if it had always been this way. No resistance when pressure is applied, no rebound after release. You don't have to ask what kind of support it gives. Its quiet endurance is enough. Your left foot rests without tension, ankle relaxed, toes not curled or flattened. The fabric over the top of your foot doesn't grip, doesn't slide. It stays where it was when you stopped shifting position and let go of control. A faint warmth spreads across your lower back, not from heat rising, but from stillness holding close to skin. Not burning, not radiating outward, just a small pool of sensation that doesn't need naming or tracing. It's not urgent. It doesn't require checking. It simply remains in its place, like sunlight on stone. The room holds no echo. No sound travels far enough to be heard twice. The quiet isn't empty. It has weight, texture, not silence with a purpose, just stillness that exists without explanation or need for attention. Your breath moves through your nose. No effort to inhale deeper. No desire to pause between cycles. It flows in and out as if following the shape of air already there. No rush to fill space. No fear of emptying too soon. The light from outside doesn't bleed under the curtains. There's no flicker from a passing car or street lamp, just absence of movement beyond glass. The darkness on the other side of the window stays unchanged.
not because you've confirmed it, but because nothing has altered it in your awareness. Your left wrist lies flat against your thigh, not pressed down by intention, nor lifted up by effort. It's just where it landed when gravity took over and stopped asking permission for placement. The fabric around your waist doesn't tighten or loosen with breath.
It stays loose enough to allow movement without resistance, but not so loose that it slips. There's no need to adjust it, no urgency in its position. Your forehead rests at an angle that isn't aligned with any standard, just the way it fell when you stopped lifting yourself into posture, not tilted toward comfort, not raised for attention, just there, a small incline shaped by gravity and surrender. The air near your neck doesn't cool or warm suddenly. It stays where it was when you last noticed it, not because you checked, but because nothing changed. No breeze from unseen door cracks, no shift in room temperature requiring response. Your right knee rests against the mattress, not for balance, not to steady anything, just as gravity allowed it to fall into its natural position after motion ceased. It doesn't need to be held or adjusted. The space between your legs isn't narrow, but it's also not open wide, just enough that breath can pass through without resistance. The wall behind you continues its shape, not perfect, not untouched, but unchanged in the way a shadow remains when no light moves. No new line appears from settling plaster. No dent forms from unseen weight pressing against it. Your hands don't clench or unclench. They stay open as if they had forgotten how to close. Not out of fatigue, but because there's nothing to hold on to right now. Nothing requiring grasp. The mattress doesn't sigh under you, doesn't creak when shifted slightly by breath. It stays steady, not because it must, but because stillness is its nature. Your left ear lies against the pillow, not pressed in, not lifted up, just resting where gravity placed it after your body stopped adjusting for comfort. The air above your chest doesn't stir. It stays unmoved by sound or motion, not quiet out of effort, but quiet from lack of disturbance. You don't have to confirm that nothing has changed. You don't need to scan the room again. There's no reason to look behind you. Check under the bed. Listen for footfalls. The silence isn't waiting. It doesn't need a response. It just is, like a corner of space untouched by time or attention. Your left eye feels heavy, not from strain, not from fatigue, but because it has stopped seeking
what's beyond sight, not trying to see through darkness, just staying closed as if that were its only purpose now. The warmth along your hip continues without spreading. It doesn't grow stronger. It doesn't fade. It just stays where it is, like a small ember in the dark, not burning, not dying, but simply present. Your right hand rests on your abdomen, not for comfort, not to steady thoughts, but because movement has stopped and stillness has taken over without instruction. The floor beneath you remains solid, not because you believe it is, but because there's no evidence of change.
No shift in weight distribution. No vibration from distance. You don't need to ask if the door is closed. You don't have to wonder whether someone might come through. There's no reason to assume anything has shifted since your body stopped trying to arrange itself for safety. The room holds its shape, not because it was built that way, but because nothing in it has moved. Your breath arrives and leaves without sound. No need to fill the space with meaning. No demand to be noticed. You don't have to know what's happening outside this moment. You don't have to listen for signs of change. The quiet doesn't require your attention. It stays, not because you keep it there, but because nothing has disturbed it. You are held by something that doesn't speak or promise, just stays. Not because you asked for it to be true, but because every inch beneath your body is still where it was when movement stopped. The fabric of the sheet lies flat across your legs, not smoothed over with care, not pulled taut in effort, but just resting as gravity allows. No fold forms from adjustment or habit. It doesn't ripple at edges or gather toward centers. Just settles into its own shape without needing to be made right. The edge where mattress meets frame remains unbroken by pressure, not pressed down hard enough for the wood to creak, not lifted high enough to expose a gap.
The space between them stays quiet, not because you've measured it with attention, but because nothing has come close enough to disturb its stillness. No footstep from beyond. No vibration carried through floorboards like old news. Your shoulder rests against your arm's curve without lifting or sliding, just lying where gravity left it after all motion ceased. Not for alignment, not in search of support. The joint doesn't shift, not even slightly with breath. It stays open as if the body had decided this is enough to carry weight now. No need to correct position. The air along your arm does not stir when you exhale. No draft from chest or throat carries it forward like a signal.
It remains where it was before that moment, unchanged and unclaimed by any sound or heat exchange. Not cold, not warm, but simply present in the way shadows are, without demand on attention. You don't need to know what's happening behind your back. The wall doesn't shift its shape because you're no longer scanning for differences. It stays as it was when breath first slowed and muscles stopped adjusting. Unchanged by presence or absence of thought. Not a barrier, not an answer, just stillness in the way that wood holds silence between cracks. Your left foot rests flat against the bed's surface, not curled at heel, not lifted toward knee, but lying where gravity settled it. After motion ended, the soul doesn't press into mattress with urgency, just stays, as if learning how to be weightless while remaining grounded, not waiting for a response from floorboards or foundation, just existing in place. The warmth beneath your hip continues, not growing stronger, not fading away. It just is like the quiet between two notes that don't quite resolve. No reason to track it. No need to decide what causes it. It doesn't require explanation because nothing has changed since you stopped checking for shift. Your right hand lies on your side, fingers relaxed into their own shape, not curled, not splayed wide, but just resting as if they had forgotten how tension feels. Not from fatigue, but from having no purpose in this moment that requires gripping or holding tight. The skin doesn't tighten around bone. It stays soft where it was before breath became deeper and mind stopped seeking what's missing. The room remains filled with quiet, not because you've made peace with silence,
Not because fear has left, but simply because nothing within reach of your awareness moves enough to draw attention. No creak from ceiling beam, no shift in air current near the window frame that would require notice. The space around you doesn't shrink or expand. It just holds its shape like a breath held between two heartbeats. Your neck stays soft, not stretched toward alertness, not hunched for protection, just resting as if it had decided to stop being an instrument of scanning and become part of the still surface instead. Not tense with expectation, just open in space where no signal needs answering.
There is nothing above you that leans forward or pulls down. The ceiling doesn't press from distance. It stays high, unchanged by breath or thought. No beam shifts its angle because someone might walk past downstairs later tonight. Nothing changes just outside your notice because the world beyond this moment hasn't shifted enough yet to be known. The fabric of your shirt lies still across your chest, not clinging in heat nor drifting loose with cool air, but simply resting where it was when you stopped moving for comfort. No pull toward collarbone or waistline that requires adjustment. The material doesn't need to flatten itself against skin. It stays as gravity allowed, without effort from either side. Your legs don't cross over one another. Just rest in the same position they took after motion ceased, and balance became unnecessary. Not arranged into symmetry for ease of sleep. Just where weight dropped when attention stopped asking questions about placement. The floor beneath you doesn't tremble with distant footfall or machinery. It stays solid, not because it's strong, but because nothing has come close enough to test its surface integrity in this moment. No vibration travels upward from below, not through pipes, not across concrete. Just quiet where gravity settles and stillness remains unbroken. You don't need to listen for footsteps beyond the wall. The silence doesn't grow heavier or lighter, depending on what might be happening outside your room's edge. It just is, in its own way of being without needing attention. No reason to check if someone has passed by in hallway. No demand to confirm that doors stayed shut. The air above you stays still, not because it was ever disturbed, but because nothing from within or beyond reached close enough to stir it into motion. Not a puff from breath passing through space, nor shift from heat rising upward, just floating where gravity holds it without needing direction. Your left ear lies
against the pillow's surface, not pressed in, not lifted up as if weight had settled there naturally and stayed that way after all. Checking stopped. No need to reposition for better sound reception or clearer hearing of outside moments. The space around your head doesn't narrow with focus, just continues its quiet shape. Your spine rests along a line, not straightened by willpower, not curved from habit, but just following the path it found when movement ended and alignment became passive instead of active.
Not shaped for safety, nor made to fit into comfort zones. It stays as gravity allowed, after no further effort was required. The mattress beneath your back doesn't shift its shape under you, not because it resists pressure or holds firm against weight, but simply from not having changed since the moment before. Breath deepened and scanning paused. No creak emerges in response to slight shifting of pelvis. No adjustment needed for balance. No correction made when center shifted. The corner where wall meets floor remains unchanged, even if dust moves slowly over years, not because it's clean or untouched, but simply from not being disturbed by any action close enough to cause change. Not even a breath carried through space reaches far enough to stir that edge into new shape. Your right hand rests on your thigh, fingers open, palm flat, not gripping anything nor lifting for reach. It stays where gravity placed them after the body stopped testing its position in relation to safety or movement. No need to verify how much weight is supported by this side of frame, or whether one part holds more than another now. The fabric near your knee doesn't bunch up with anticipation, just lies as it was when motion ceased and no further adjustment occurred. Not tightened for stability, nor loosened from wear. The material stays in its own quiet state without needing attention or correction. Your breath comes forward not to fill space, but simply because air moves through you like water passing beneath a bridge. Not loud enough to be noticed, not soft enough to vanish entirely, just there as part of the body's natural flow. Not paused for inspection, just continuing with no demand on your awareness. The wall behind doesn't lean toward or away from you.
Even if light changes across its surface, it stays where it was when stillness set in and scanning stopped being required. No new shadow appears at corner edge, not because one is prevented, but simply because nothing has passed close enough to cast change. Your shoulder blade lies beneath skin without rising higher, just resting as gravity allowed after all effort ended, not lifted from need for awareness or lowered into posture of surrender. It stays in place like a stone settled on ground where no wind comes through. The air near your collarbone doesn't cool suddenly, nor warm with sudden shift. You don't have to respond because nothing has changed. The temperature remains steady, not due to control, but simply by lack of disturbance. No draft from unseen crack or shifting door frame, carrying new sensation across skin. Your breath moves through you like a quiet river that knows its own path, not rushing to reach an end, not pausing at stones or bends, just flowing between stillness and return, as if no direction were asked of it. The weight above your ribs settles without pressing down too much, nor lifting up in anticipation. Just there, as part of the shape your body has chosen for this hour. No shift occurs when you are not watching. Your foot rests where it fell after motion ended, sole flat against surface, toes uncurled and quiet, not taut with readiness or drawn inward from habit. The blanket drapes over you like something that belongs in this place without being asked to stay. It doesn't promise warmth, nor does it fail to deliver what's already present. The same soft pressure across your legs as before, unchanged because nothing has passed through the space between you and its fibers. The corner where wall meets floor holds still, not leaning forward, not pulling back, just a quiet edge that existed before awareness arrived and will remain after. The faint hum from behind the drywall continues at its own level, not loud enough to demand attention, not soft enough to disappear into silence. It exists like an old sound that no longer requires response. Your hand lies on top of your chest as if it had forgotten how to move elsewhere. No intent in placement, no need to adjust or lift. It stays where gravity left it, and the skin beneath doesn't tighten with expectation. Nothing happens between fingers except slow heat rising from within, not because effort is made, but because blood flows without interruption. The air near your ear carries no sudden change, not a ripple of temperature, not a shift in pressure, just its usual presence, like breath that has been there so long it's become part of the quiet.
You don't have to verify whether it's still moving or if it might stop. It isn't stopped now. The wall beside your head remains fixed, its surface untouched by movement from outside, not even a vibration from footsteps far down the hall. No shadow shifts across its plane because no source has passed close enough to cast one. Not all edges must be monitored. Some remain still because they were never disturbed. Your shoulder rests in place, not sunken or elevated, not held up with effort or dropped into surrender, just settled where it was left after you stopped thinking about positioning. The muscle beneath skin doesn't twitch when no signal arrives from above. There is nothing to respond to,
nothing to prepare for. Even the small bone near your collarbone stays still, not shifting in response to imagined sound, not pulling away at thought of what might come next. It remains where it was after you chose not to move. The space between your neck and shoulder holds no sudden tension, no tightness that appears when attention focuses too long on one place. It doesn't tighten because awareness passes over it lightly, like a hand that touches without pressing. The warmth there is steady, not rising or fading, but simply present as part of the body's natural balance. A faint sound comes from somewhere beyond the room, the kind of quiet noise that belongs to evening hours and unobserved things. Not footsteps, not voices, not movement, just a soft hum, like old wiring settling into rhythm. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't demand acknowledgement. You don't have to name it or decide if it's safe. It just continues as part of the background, the same way your heartbeat echoes beneath skin without needing attention. Your leg lies where gravity placed it. No need for correction. no urge to shift. The fabric above knee rests flat against flesh, not tight with anticipation, nor loose from neglect. It stays as it was when stillness first settled in. No new pressure builds on the surface below you. Nothing is added or taken away. Just this, your body holding its shape without effort. The floor beneath the bed doesn't vibrate, doesn't creak under weight that isn't there. No sound from below, because no motion has passed through it recently.
The foundation of where you lie remains still, not groaning with hidden strain, not shifting in response to unseen forces. It is what it was before sleep began, and will be the same after. Your breath moves again, not fast, not slow, but at its own pace, like water that doesn't need to rush toward a destination. The air flows through you without effort, as if no one had ever asked for control over how long or shallow each in-breath might be. It continues just beyond notice, neither too much nor too little, not stopped by fear or released because of relief. The blanket stays where it is, not slipping down, not bunching up, not drifting away from your legs as if waiting to be pulled back. It remains draped across you, the way cloth settles after a person lies still for long enough that its shape becomes part of the moment. Your fingers lie loose, no need to curl or uncurl, no urge to press into anything. They rest where they fell when movement ended, not pressed against each other, not lifted from surface, just open and quiet, as if forgetting how to act. The dips don't tingle with cold or heat. They stay in place, unchanged by air that passes nearby. A soft sound comes again, the kind that doesn't mean anything but is still there, like a light hum behind the wall, like fabric brushing against wood when no one moves it. It doesn't call for response. It doesn't need to be understood. You don't have to wonder what caused it or where it came from. It's part of this space now, the same way your breath is. The corner near your head holds its shape, not leaning, not retreating, just existing as a place where surfaces met and stayed. No new line appears.
no shift in shadow. The wall doesn't move because no one pressed against it.
Nothing passed close enough to make difference. Your neck rests without effort, not stiff with awareness or soft with surrender, but just resting where gravity left it, not pulled forward by thought, not drawn back from habit. It stays still as if the body knows exactly what is required for this moment. No more, no less. The air above your chest carries no sudden chill or warmth. It remains steady, like a temperature that isn't meant to be noticed, but just continues anyway. You don't have to check whether it's still there. It is. The sound from the hallway doesn't rise in volume, not because something stopped happening, but simply because nothing changed. Your knee lies where it was. No need to press down or lift up. No urgency in position. Just rest. The fabric over your thigh stays smooth against skin, not wrinkled from motion, not bunched by adjustment. It remains as it has been since you stopped trying to find comfort. A low tone comes from somewhere far off, not near enough to be named, not loud enough to disrupt, just a part of the background, like breath that no longer needs attention. You don't have to decide if it's close or distant. It just is. The space beneath your spine holds steady, not rising, not sinking, not shifting in response to thought. It stays where it was after you stopped monitoring for tension. The bed supports without needing thanks, without reminding you that it's holding weight, just doing what it does when no one asks for more than stillness. Your toes remain curled slightly, not from cold or effort, but simply because they were there before awareness returned. They don't straighten. They don't press into the surface beneath. They stay as part of your body's quiet shape, not adjusted by intention. The blanket presses down on your legs like something that has settled in place without being asked. It doesn't shift when no one moves it. The weight is gentle, not heavy with demand or light with absence, just there. Your shoulder blade rests beneath skin. No need to lift it into awareness or lower it into surrender. It stays where gravity placed it, unchanged by thought. No new sensation arrives
from behind. Nothing passes close enough to make difference. The air near your ear flows quietly, not cooling suddenly, not warming without reason. It remains as it was before attention arrived. You don't have to verify its presence or check if it's still moving. It is. The weight on your thigh is steady. No shift, no pull, just presence, like a quiet agreement between fabric and skin that neither will move unless needed. The edge of the blanket folds over where it meets your leg, not by design or intention, but because gravity settled it there long ago. It stays without needing to be held in place, without asking for attention. You don't have to remember how it got there. It's simply been. The wall behind your head has no voice. It doesn't speak through vibration or crackle. The hum from beyond the floorboards isn't a signal, not a warning, not an invitation. It flows like air does, not stopping at thresholds, not pausing for meaning. It passes through space without being claimed by anything. You don't have to name its origin or trace where it came from. It's just part of what surrounds you now, as normal as the soft press of your own breath against your ribs. Your fingers lie loose on top of your chest, not curled into fists, not stretched open in readiness. They rest like things that forgot how to act, like limbs that have stopped pretending they need to do something. The skin between them stays still. No tremor, no tightening, just a place where air touches and does nothing more than pass through. The temperature near your face doesn't change abruptly. It remains what it is, not warm or cool in any way that demands notice.
It isn't the kind of heat you track or the chill that pulls focus. It's just constant, like a silence that doesn't need to be filled. You don't have to test whether it's shifting, because it already has settled into its own rhythm. The corner where your shoulder meets the mattress holds its shape, the way corners do when nothing presses against them from outside. The line between fabric and frame stays clear, not blurred by movement or hesitation. No new indentation forms. No pressure builds up that calls for correction. It's just there, stable in its stillness, like something that doesn't need to prove it's real. A sound comes not sharp enough to be called noise, not soft enough to vanish completely. It arrives as a whisper from the room beyond the door, something distant and unimportant. The creak of old wood under no weight, the slow turn of an appliance in another space. It doesn't demand your attention. You don't have to decide if it's close or far. It's simply part of what lies outside this moment, like a breath that passes through you without stopping. Your spine rests where it was. No adjustment needed, no correction sought. The bones beneath skin carry their own weight without complaint, without resistance. They don't rise up in protest or sink into effort. They stay low and quiet, as if they've decided not to move until the body